Chapter 945, Success. Chapter 945, Success. Chi. Ming Han laughed coldly. Although Su Zimo did not make any major mistakes in his weapon refinement steps, in the eyes of an experienced great weapon refinement master like Ming Han, he looked extremely amateurish in his actions. Ming Han stood by the side with his arms crossed. He was in no hurry at all, waiting to see Su Zimo make a fool of himself. According to his predictions, Su Zimo would only be able to create 3 dermic patterns at most. If his luck was bad, he might not even be able to condense a single dermic pattern. Su Zimo continued his weapon refinement as though no one was around. Under normal circumstances, at the forging step, the spirit materials within should have already melted into a molten form, burning scarlet like lava. However, the illumination stone in Su Zimo's weapon tripod was still the same. Only, under the control of Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, the illumination stone gradually separated into 36 stones that were the size of a water droplet. In his mind, one of the water droplets gradually transformed into the shape of a thin, exquisite flying sword. Thereafter, Su Zimo's lips curled and a smile appeared in his eyes. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, a pattern appeared on the body of the flying sword, looking like a dermic pattern. His spirit consciousness moved and another pattern appeared on the sword. Those patterns were not condensed on the sword with dermic powers, but etched onto the sword's body. Although it was a fake dermic pattern, it looked no different from the real one. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 6 patterns appeared on the sword. If Su Zimo wanted to, he could even create 7 or 8 dermic patterns, let alone 6. Everything could be decided with a single thought. Of course, if he created 7 or 8 patterns, he would be exposed instantly. Typically speaking, the process of forging required a relatively short period of time unless it was an extremely complicated form. However, it was different for Su Zimo. He had spent an extremely long time in the forging step. Not only did he have to create a total of 36 flying swords, he also had to ensure that there was no deviation in the size, shape, and location of the patterns on the 36 flying swords. That was an extremely draining task. Even the forging of a flying sword takes so long. Seems like this person isn't that capable. Foo-foo, now I'm even looking forward to see what sort of spectacular feat he is going to produce in the tempering and spirit gathering step. Many cultivators could not see through the weapon tripod with their eyes, and their spirit consciousnesses were isolated, so they naturally did not know what was happening inside. If anyone could see the situation inside the weapon tripod, their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. After a long time, Su Zimo finally completed his forging step. The most interesting part of the entire weapon refinement process was tempering and spirit gathering. Many cultivators became impatient a long time ago when the forging step took close to 2 hours to complete. Next was tempering. 100 Refinement Sect had a specialized secret tempering technique, 1,000 Tempered Finger. Back then, Tao Lord Extreme Fire merely imparted a little bit of knowledge to him. It was only 3 months ago that he imparted all the profoundness of the 1,000 Tempered Finger. This was Su Zimo's first time executing this secret skill. Naturally, the tempering process looked incomparably amateurish. Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect either lowered their heads or glanced sideways, embarrassed to watch. His tempering method was way too crude. Su Zimo did not mind at all. He pretended to temper for a long time before beginning on spirit gathering. Many cultivators perked up and waited to watch the show. It was easy for all sorts of trouble to occur during the spirit gathering stage. If the spirit gathering step failed and the weapon refinement master's weapon that was being refined exploded, it would take a huge toll on the weapon refinement master's mental state. Coupled with the unexpected change of events that might lead to a reverse flow of qi into their hearts, many of them would faint on the spot. Many of them would be severely injured as well. That was the same thing that happened to Lu Hanyan. Ru Xian prayed silently. The explosion of the flying sword is inevitable. I only hope that the heavens will bless little Granduncle Master so that he will be fine. Whoosh! Before long, a beam of light shone from the weapon tripod. Everyone was stunned. A dermic pattern was formed. Ming Han's expression was calm. It was normal for a dermic pattern to be condensed. There was nothing to be alarmed about. Not long after, a second light flashed. This meant that 2 dermic patterns were already formed. No one could see what was happening within the weapon tripod. In reality, it was silent within the weapon tripod, and Su Zimo was not condensing any dermic patterns. Given his nascent soul realm cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to create some light tricks from within the weapon tripod. Dao, Lord Lan Yu, frowned slightly. She felt that something was amiss. However, although she was the master of a sect, she could not use her spirit consciousness to check on the situation inside while others were refining weapons. That would be a taboo for weapon refinement masters. In reality, if there was a seasoned weapon refinement grandmaster present, Su Zimo's tricks wouldn't have been able to deceive the former's rich experience. Unfortunately, there were no weapon refinement grandmasters at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Whoosh! Before long, a third light flashed. This time round, even Ming Han exclaimed softly. Of course, he was not nervous. The further one progressed in spirit gathering, the more difficult it would be and the lower the chances of success. At least half of the weapon refinement masters present could condense 3 dermic patterns. While he was pondering, a fourth light flashed. 4 dermic patterns. This time round, even the crowd was stirred. Many cultivators were no longer looking down on him. No matter what, any weapon refinement master that could refine a supreme-grade dermic weapon with 4 dermic patterns would be considered skillful. A moment later, a fifth light burst forth. This time round, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the people of 100 Refinement sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Nan Gongling and the other 2 were dumbfounded. They could not believe that their little Granduncle Master, who did not have a weapon tripod of his own and possessed amateurish weapon refinement techniques, could create a perfect grade, perfected Lord dermic weapon using a battered weapon tripod. Ming Han frowned deeply. He could sense that something was amiss as well, but he could not pinpoint the exact reason. Furthermore, he could already feel the pressure. Could this Mo Ling really create a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon? Ming Han narrowed his gaze at Su Zimo and pondered. An unknown period of time passed. Whoosh! A bedazzling light burst forth from the weapon tripod once more as dermic powers surged and filled the void. Ah! A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. The 6th dermic pattern lit up, and the crowd was shocked. That's impossible. Ming Han's expression darkened as he grit his teeth. There's no way it's that easy creating 6 dermic patterns. I refuse to believe it. Ming Han was not the only one who did not believe it. Most of the cultivators present, including those of 100 Refinement sect, could not believe it, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Without giving the crowd much time to react, Su Zimo poured the cold water he prepared into the weapon tripod. Shing! Green smoke billowed. The quenching was complete. In reality, quenching was done by placing a flying sword that was burned scarlet into cold water. However, nothing happened to the illumination stone despite it being burned by the immortal Dao fire. If he were to take out the flying sword, he would be exposed right away. Since the weapon tripod was burning hot, sizzling sounds would definitely be produced when cold water was poured within. When the cultivators present saw that, they merely thought that this man's quenching technique was indeed unique and did not think too much about it. Success! Finally, it was time to see the truth. Looking at the flustered Ming Han not far away, Suzimo smiled gently. If no one noticed anything amiss by this point, Ming Han would be the next to suffer. Chapter 946, Mass Production. Chapter 946, Mass Production. Where's your flying sword? Show it to us. Ming Han shouted with widened eyes. Don't be hasty. With a calm expression, Suzimo hesitated for a moment before controlling one of the flying swords to rise slowly from the weapon tripod. If nobody could see the issue with this flying sword, it would mean that everything would be fine. If anyone could tell that something was amiss, it would be a joke, even if he brought out all 36 flying swords. Right in front of everyone, a tiny and exquisite flying sword appeared. It was milky white and looked like a thin silver needle. What's this? How can that be called a flying sword? Ha 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 ha, this is clearly an embroidery needle. Did Mo Ling create an embroidery needle so that he can become a seamstress? The cultivators of Hellfire hall-mocked. However, most of the cultivators present did not laugh. That was because most of the people present were nascent soul paragons. As long as they focused their gazes, they would be able to tell that although the dermic weapon was small and exquisite, it was indeed in the form of a flying sword. Furthermore, there were 6 faint patterns on the sword. Although the dermic weapon was small, it was indeed a connate dermic weapon with 6 dermic patterns. What do we do now? Both of them have refined connate dermic weapons and can be given the title of Great Weapon Refinement Masters. However, there's no clear victor between the two of them and these 2 major sections. Furthermore, Mo Ling seemed to have taken a shorter time than Ming Han to refine that weapon. Many cultivators discussed. Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect looked excited. They had not expected things to turn out this way. An unexpected change of event seemed to have opened up a path of hope for them. Ming Han frowned. He felt that something was amiss, but he could not figure it out right away. When he heard the discussions around him, he felt frustrated and his mind was even more confused. Even connate dermic weapons have differences in strength. Ming Han laughed coldly. How can your embroidery needle be compared to my flying sword? We'll know once we compare. Suzimo smiled indifferently and controlled the tiny and exquisite flying sword to stab towards Ming Han. In the void, a cold glint flashed, and the flying sword was already close. Ming Han was shocked. Without thinking, he summoned the flying sword that he had just refined and slashed at the incoming flying sword. Clang! Ming Han shuddered. His flying sword was repelled by the tiny flying sword, and the glow on it dimmed significantly. The cultivators were moved. It could be said that Ming Han's flying sword was merely repelled because his dermic powers were inferior to Suzimo. However, the fact that the glow of Ming Han's flying sword dimmed proved that its blade was inferior to the tiny flying sword Suzimo refined. Suzimo's flying sword hovered in midair and shone with a milky white glow, as though it could absorb the energy of the scorching sun. It grew brighter by the moment. The essence of the flying sword was the illumination stone. Even a connate dermic weapon might not be able to challenge it. When Suzimo cultivated his illumination eye daily, it was by relying on the blazing sun. The blazing sun and illumination stone had a mysterious connection to one another to begin with, so it was no surprise that something like this would happen. However, to many cultivators, it was extremely shocking. Although this flying sword is small, it can attract the light of the blazing sun. It's truly an eye-opener. Seems like Hellfire Hall lost the weapon refinement battle. The expressions of the cultivators of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, and Sword Sect darkened gradually. If Hellfire Hall lost, they would have no reason to attack 100 Refinement Sect. It did not matter what would happen in the future. At the very least, 100 Refinement Sect's crisis at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party would be resolved. Since they're both connate perfected Lord Dermic weapons, I think we should just consider this a draw. Right then, perfected Lord Panglon of Heavenly Dipper Sect said indifferently, Why is it a draw? That's right, Ming Han's flying sword is clearly not a match. That's right, we're even just using an ordinary weapon tripod. There was no way the 100 refinement sect cultivators would be willing to let things go just like that given their pent-up frustrations. That's enough. Dao, Lord Lan Yu stood out at the right time and said indifferently, "This weapon refinement competition is truly an eye-opener. Since both cultivators managed to refine Khanate dermic weapons, it should be a draw. As for the difference in strength between the Khanate dermic weapons, it's only natural for there to be a difference since they're being used by different cultivators. Both of you will be great weapon refinement masters, and you can share a cup of supreme grade mystic tea together. This will be the end of the issue. There's no need for further arguments." Dao, Lord Lan Yu, was clearly biased. The 100 refinement sect cultivators were indignant. Dao, being Yuding, shook his head and gestured for everyone to quiet down. Thousand Crane sect was the host of this tea party, and since those were the words of a sect master, there was no point contesting further. Jian Wuzong shouted, "That's right! Hurry up and proceed to the next segment. It's time to settle some grudges." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, countless murderous and hostile gazes landed on Su Zimo. Countless people wanted to kill Su Zimo at the Thousand Crane Tea Party. "All right." Dao, Lord Lan Yu nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll invite the two of you to drink this tea and rest for a while. After that, we'll proceed to the second segment of the tea party, the fight between the paragons. Is he even fit to share a cup of tea with me?" Just as everyone thought that this matter was over, Su Zimo opened his mouth slowly and sneered. "Do you have any objections?" Dao, Lord Lan Yu's gaze turned grim. Su Zimo's repeated provocations had already enraged her, but she had been restraining herself. "I've got no objections," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "However, the outcome of this weapon refinement fight is clear." Thereafter, he beckoned gently to the weapon tripod that was floating in midair, and a large number of flying swords hovered out. There were a total of 35. Including the one earlier, there were a total of 36 flying swords that were identical. The 36 flying swords shone in harmony with the blazing sun above their heads, emitting a milky white glow that was increasingly resplendent. Pissed, the crowd gasped. That scene was way too shocking. Even the three Dharma characteristic Tao lords present watched with widened eyes in disbelief. What in the world is that? This person refined a total of 36 flying swords, and all of them are Khanate dermic weapons. Not only are there 36 Khanate dermic weapons, they are identical as well. This is a complete set of flying swords. This is way too terrifying. Heavens, is this even humanly possible? It was shocking enough that he could refine a single Khanate perfected Lord dermic weapon. But now Su Zimo threw out a huge lump of them. The visual and mental impact was indescribable. The cultivators were dumbfounded, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What's the background of this guy? Everyone else has to painstakingly create a single Khanate dermic weapon, and yet he's able to mass-produce them. What's the point of competing then? Ming Han is bloody weak compared to this. As though he was struck by lightning, Ming Han slumped to the ground with widened eyes. His mind went blank as he shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible. This is impossible. The repeated blows had already left him in a daze. Chapter 947, Declaration of War. Chapter 947, Declaration of War. When Su Zimo saw that the situation was set, he beckoned gently and put away the 36 flying swords. No matter what, his flying swords were not Khanate dermic weapons. If the entire set was exposed for too long, there was no guarantee that nothing would happen. Even if the 36 flying swords were gathered together, they did not take up much space. Holding them in his palm, Su Zimo casually swiped his brow, and the 36 flying swords entered his right eye silently. Even if your 100 refinement sect wins this weapon refinement battle, it doesn't mean anything. The person who spoke was seated at the front of Hellfire Hall. He was the only void reversion of Hellfire Hall for this trip, and his doubt title was Refinement Peak. Everyone knew that by saying that, it meant that Hellfire Hall had admitted defeat. Dao, being Refinement Peak's face darkened as he said slowly, "In a weapon refinement battle between Grandmasters, there's nobody from 100 Refinement sect that can match our Hall Master." "That's not for sure." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "If you guys from Hellfire Hall are indignant, 100 Refinement sect will come looking for you guys after the tea party. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to accept the challenge at that time." Everyone from 100 Refinement sect felt guilty. They were well aware that no one in the sect could surpass the master of Hellfire Hall in terms of weapon refinement. The reason why Su Zimo dared to say that was naturally because of Dao, Lord Extreme Fire. After the tea party, Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, would reconstruct his body and return in a domineering manner. Given his accomplishments in weapon refinement, he would definitely not lose to the Hall Master of Hellfire Hall. "All right, let's wait and see." Dao, being Refinement Peak, sneered. After returning the weapon tripod to Nangongling, Su Zimo turned around and looked at Dao, Lord Lanyu, who was not far away. "Senior, the outcome of this weapon refinement battle should be clear. Please give me some tea." Dao, Lord Lanyu, was extremely unwilling. However, she naturally could not break the rules set by Thousand Crane sect in front of everyone. Taking a deep breath, Dao, Lord Lanyu, composed herself and said slowly, "Grant the tea." Before long, a steaming cup of supreme-grade mystic tea was handed to Su Zimo. The Dharmic characteristic elder of Thousand Crane sect was comparatively friendly toward Su Zimo and nodded with a smile. "This tea is best drunk when it's warm. Drink it and use your essence, spirit, to comprehend the mysteries within." "Thank you, Senior." Su Zimo received the supreme-grade mystic tea, but did not drink it. Instead, he carried the teacup and returned to the front of 100 Refinement sect. "Have a drink." Under countless gazes, Su Zimo handed the supreme-grade mystic tea to Lu Hanyan. The cultivators were moved. The true focus of Thousand Crane Tea Party was the mystic tea. The reason why all the nascent soul paragons of the Middle Continent gathered here was none other than to drink a cup of mystic tea. Even the ordinary mystic tea was an incredible opportunity alongside incomparable glory. Furthermore, there were only 5 cups of supreme-grade mystic tea. To be precise, up till this point of the tea party, there were only 2 cups remaining, including the one in Su Zimo's hands. But now he had given away the supreme-grade mystic tea. Isn't that Mo Ling way too generous? The moment he appeared earlier on, he gave away a connate perfected Lord Dharmic weapon. Now he's even giving away a supreme-grade mystic tea. I can't take it anymore. I've already fallen for him. A Thousand Crane sect female cultivator whispered with an infatuated expression. Another female cultivator murmured as well, "I can't take it anymore. If I were in her shoes, I would have fainted from happiness the moment that supreme-grade mystic tea was handed to me." Everyone from 100 Refinement sect widened their eyes in shock too. Many people looked at Su Zimo and Lu Hanyan with odd expressions. Could it be that the beauty of 100 Refinement sect was already taken? Ru Xian felt a little envious and upset. Nangong Ling's expression dimmed as well. As time passed by, he realized that the gap between him and little Granduncle Master was getting wider and wider, even beyond his reach. Perhaps only Lu Hanyan knew that Su Zimo had no feelings for her. "Don't think too much." Su Zimo said softly, "Hanyan failed her spirit gathering, and it will be difficult for her injured essence spirit to recover completely. This supreme-grade mystic tea can heal her essence spirit. Ru Xian and Nan Gongling's hearts skipped a beat. They could tell that Su Zimo was saying that to them. Nan Gongling was relieved and smiled foolishly. He turned to Lu Hanyan and said, "That's right. Once you drink this tea, Hanyan, there's a high chance that your essence spirit will recover immediately. But you are the one who won this cup of tea, Granduncle Master." Lu Hanyan's eyes were red as she choked. "It's all thanks to you that the sect's reputation is preserved. I'm not fit to drink this tea. You're thinking too much. You're the only one in the sect who's qualified to drink this cup of tea." Su Zimo smiled gently and placed the supreme-grade mystic tea in Lu Hanyan's hands. He said in an unquestionable manner, "Drink it. Don't feel pressured." His words were truly not meant to comfort Lu Hanyan. The reason why he was able to win the weapon refinement competition was entirely because of tricks and not because of his actual skill in weapon refinement. In 100 Refinement Sect, only Lu Hanyan was qualified to drink this tea. "Go ahead and drink it, little Granduncle Master has already said so," Nan Gongling persuaded with a smile. Lu Hanyan shook her head still. "There's only one cup of supreme-grade mystic tea. If I take it, Granduncle Master will have nothing at all." Lu Hanyan said, "Granduncle Master is also at the nascent soul realm. This supreme-grade mystic tea is extremely important to him too." "Who said that there's only one cup of supreme-grade mystic tea?" Su Zimo smiled gently and pointed to the only remaining green tea leaf on the tip of the mystic tea tree. "There's another cup." "Ah." Nan Gongling and the other two were stunned before their expressions changed. Everyone knew that the remaining cup was for the final victor of the fight between the Paragons, the #1 perfected lord of Middle Continent. By saying that, did little Granduncle Master mean? Nan Gongling hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Little Granduncle Master, don't be rash. 100 Refinement Sect has fulfilled our purpose for this trip, and there's no need for us to cause trouble. The matter of 100 Refinement Sect has ended, but mine has only just started." Patting Nan Gongling on the shoulder, Su Zimo said softly, "For everything that's going to happen next, neither you nor 100 Refinement Sect should get involved." Before Nan Gongling and the others could react, Su Zimo had already turned around and said word by word, "I'm going to get my hands on that final cup of supreme-grade mystic tea." The crowd was in an uproar. A declaration of war. That was a blatant declaration of war. Such guts! Seated on the throne, Yi Tiancheng was still motionless as he said coldly with a murderous gaze, "Splash!" The 9 WRMS were ready to charge as demonic chi surged and the gigantic chains on their bodies let out a terrifying sound. The remaining 8 maidservants beside him glared at Su Zimo coldly. "It's finally about to begin." Perfected Lord Panglon of Heavenly Dipper Sect said with a smile as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Clang! Jian Wuzong could not hold it in any longer and drew his sword right away. He glared at Su Zimo with a vicious glint, prepared to charge forward at any moment to wash away his shame. This time round, he wielded his sword first. He did not heed Hang Qiuyu's advice at all. He was 3rd on the phenomenon ranking. Although Hang Qiuyu was his senior brother, he was only ranked 8th on the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago and even lost to an unknown sword cultivator. In Jian Wuzong's heart, Hang Qiuyu could not be compared to him. Clang! 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 The sound of blades being unsheathed echoed. Many paragons stood up with surging battle intent. The fight between paragons was about to begin. Chapter 948, Get Down. Chapter 948, Get Down. Looking at Su Zimo's back view, Nan Gongling and the other two exchanged glances with conflicted expressions. For some reason, The three of them felt that Su Zimo's words earlier on had another meaning. The three of them guessed correctly. Su Zimo's words were to draw a clear line between him and 100 Refinement sect. If he were to fight against the Paragons, he might not be able to hide his identity. He did not want to cause too much trouble for 100 Refinement sect. How arrogant! I'll see what happens to you. Who do you think you are? There's only 1 cup of supreme-grade mystic tea, and you think you can get your hands on it just because you want to? Foo-foo. Only the number 1 perfected lord of the Middle Continent is qualified to have the supreme-grade mystic tea. How dare you? There was no need for Yi Tianqing to say anything. There were already many nascent soul paragons present who could not hold back and stood out, mocking and ridiculing. In their hearts, there were only a few people who could become the number 1 perfected lord. How could Mo Ling compare to him? Furthermore, Su Zimo's tone displeased the nascent soul paragons. If Yi Tianqing were to say something like that, they would endure it even if they were displeased. Mo Ling was completely unknown and only rose to fame in the past month. Most cultivators had not heard of him before and were naturally indignant. Little Granduncle Master, even if you want to take part in the Paragon battle, you should rest first. Nan Gongling hurriedly sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and reminded, "You've just participated in the weapon refinement competition and must have consumed a lot of your mental strength. It's not good for you to start a fight now." At the same time, perfected Lord Panglon chuckled and shook his head. He's a young man, after all. He can't control his temper. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" A cultivator asked. Perfected Lord Panglon said resolutely, "That lad has just refined so many connate dermic weapons and expended a lot of his energy. Now that he's rushing to challenge Yi Tianqing, he's definitely courting death. I'm willing to bet that he'll be exhausted to death by the other paragons before Yi Tianqing even makes a move." How strong was Su Zimo's hearing? Although perfected Lord Panglan's voice was as soft as a mosquito and insignificant in the noisy crowd, he could hear it clearly. However, he was calm and did not mind at all. That was because the situation Nan Gongling and perfected Lord Panglon were concerned about was completely non-existent. He was merely putting on an act for the weapon refinement earlier on and did not expend any energy at all. Dao, Lord Lan Yu stood up slowly and said in a deep voice, "Since everyone can't wait any longer, I'll now announce the official start of the Paragon battle." The moment she said that, Su Zimo turned around and pointed at Yi Tianqing, who was sitting high and mighty on his throne, saying, "Slowly, get down." Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Did it mean that Mo Ling wanted to challenge the number 1 perfected lord, Yi Tianqing? Was this person tired of living and could not wait to die? Yi Tianqing sat motionlessly on the throne and looked down at Su Zimo coldly with disdain. At this point, he was no longer anxious. In his eyes, Su Zimo was already a dead man. Or rather, there was no need for him to do it personally. What a joke! Who do you think you are to challenge my master? The 2 maidservants beside Yi Tianqing smirked. Ha ha ha. This Mo Ling doesn't even know the rules of the Paragon battle and he's jumping out to die. Interesting. A series of laughter burst forth from the crowd. "Oh!" Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo asked, "What rules are there for the Paragon battle?" Dao, Lord Lan Yu said in a deep voice, "Apart from Yi Tianqing and perfected Lord Panglon, who are at the top of the phenomenon ranking, all the other paragons have to fight in pairs until 2 victors are decided. Only then can they challenge Yi Tianqing and perfected Lord Panglon." Yi Tianqing grinned. "In other words, you're not even qualified to challenge me." Frowning, Su Zimo looked at Dao Lord Lan Yu and asked, "If I want to fight against Yi Tianqing, I'll have to fight against the other paragons 1 step at a time." "That's right." Dao Lord Lan Yu nodded. Otherwise, Yi Tiancheng be annoyed to death if he's challenged by just about anybody. Oh, got it. Su Zimo nodded with a calm expression. He looked around and said indifferently, I'm going to cripple Yi Tiancheng now. Anyone who wishes to stop me can come up. There's no need to fight in pairs. Anyone who's unhappy can come at me at any time. I'll take them all. The crowd was in an uproar. Is he crazy? He wants to suppress all the paragons here by himself. I think he really thinks that he's the #1 perfected lord and wants to sweep through all the paragons present. He's truly courting death. Not to mention the other cultivators. Everyone from 100 Refinement sect was stunned. Little Granduncle Master must be crazy. Nan Gongling shook his head repeatedly and murmured, even Yi Tiancheng and perfected Lord Panglan would not be so arrogant as to dare to claim that they can suppress all the paragons present. To be precise, apart from Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others who knew about Su Zimo's background, almost no one present thought highly of him. Of course, there were a few cultivators who frowned in deep thought and retained their opinions. Among them was Hang Qiuyu of Sword Sect. Jian Wuzong reared his head in laughter and grit his teeth. That man is extremely arrogant and thinks nothing of the heroes of the world. He's courting death. Not necessarily. Hang Qiuyu shook his head. At the very least, in his memories, there was a monster incarnate who had the strength to make such bold claims. He would never forget that person for the rest of his life. That figure had shocked him way too much in both the ancient battlefields. Fairy Luo Shui, the only void reversion of Snowdrift Valley, looked at the green figure and murmured softly, how bold! If this person isn't a lunatic, his boldness alone is enough to fight for the title of the #1 perfected lord. After pondering for a moment, Dao Lord Lanyu reminded him, in the Paragon battle, you're not allowed to fight to the death or target the essence spirit. The crowd was in an uproar. There were already many nascent soul paragons who could not hold themselves back and wanted to charge forward to fight Su Zimo. In reality, there were not many paragons of the major sects and factions in the Middle Continent who truly had grudges with Su Zimo. However, at that moment, many paragons were tempted. Apart from some who were indignant and wanted to teach Su Zimo a lesson, most of them targeted the treasures on him. Only fighting to the death was disallowed for the Paragon battle. However, there were no restrictions against fighting for the other party's treasures. If they could defeat Su Zimo, everyone could have a legitimate reason to snatch away all of Su Zimo's treasures, including the 36 Khanate flying swords that were revealed earlier on. In the eyes of the cultivators right now, Su Zimo was like a massive treasure trove that was waiting for them to fight for. Many cultivators glared at Su Zimo with clear greed in their eyes. Su Zimo's gaze was cold. Sensing the intentions of the paragons, he said slowly, also, don't blame me for not reminding everyone. You're not allowed to fight to the death in the Paragon battle, but I'm extremely heavy-handed. The person I'm going to cripple is Yi Tiancheng. It's best not to look for trouble if you're unrelated. Chapter 949, Single-Handed Suppression. Chapter 949, Single-Handed Suppression. How arrogant! I've been pissed off at your attitude since a long time ago. A paragon from Peach Blossom Peak, an upper sect of the Middle Continent, stood out and strode towards Su Zimo, shouting, I'm perfected, Lord Tianliang come. Before he could finish, he felt a green figure flash by. Bang! Before he could react, his chest was struck by a tremendous impact and he was sent flying, spitting out blood. The person laid on the ground motionlessly. Although his essence spirit was fine, the bones in his chest were shattered by Su Zimo's punch, and he fainted on the spot in unbearable pain. The nascent soul paragon of Peach Blossom, Peak, merely showed his face and said half a sentence before being drowned in the crowd. I heard that you're a sword cultivator as well. I'm Yanling of the unparalleled sword sect. Do show me the way. A sword cultivator rushed out from the crowd and drew his sword before he even got close. The sword glowed in a piercingly cold manner. When the sword approached, it split into two and pierced towards Su Zimo's eyes with a sharp sword chi. Unparalleled Sword Sect was also one of the upper sects of the Middle Continent. Their sword techniques were known to be beguiling. This unparalleled sword Dao could be considered as one of the sect's secret skills. If one was caught off guard, they would be injured easily. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. At the end of the day, the sword technique was nothing more than an illusion technique. Although it looked like there were two swords, in reality only one of them was real. Su Zimo had terrifying eyesight after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round. Even without using the illumination dragon eye, he could see the flaws in the sword technique. Without dodging or retreating, Su Zimo extended his finger and flicked gently towards one of the incoming swords. Clang! The tip of his finger collided against the sword. There was the sound of metal clashing. The true body of the sword appeared, and the sword quivered. Yan Ling's expression changed. Although Su Zimo merely flicked his finger casually, Yan Ling was the only one who could sense the terrifying power that was released. His palm was torn, and blood gushed out. Yan Ling could not hold on to his sword, and it flew out of his hands. Just as he was about to retreat, Su Zimo had already seized the opportunity and leaned against him gently. Yan Ling felt as though a massive mountain had slammed into him. His tendons and bones felt as though they were about to split apart as he was sent flying before slamming heavily onto the ground and fainting. He defeated 2 paragons in 2 moves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 5 figures darted out and took up 5 different positions, revolving around Su Zimo with mysterious footsteps. They were the paragons of 5 Element Sect. When he first arrived at 1000 Crane Sect, Su Zimo had a conflict with the disciples of 5 Element Sect. Now that 5 Element Sect heard that Su Zimo wanted to suppress the paragons present single-handedly, they summoned their 5 Elements formation and surrounded him. Arrogant fool, let's see how long you can last in this 5 Elements formation. A paragon of 5 Elements Sect said coldly. Once the 5 Elements formation was activated, anything that was related to the 5 elements would be weakened infinitely, be it weapons or dermic arts. Furthermore, as the formation changed, the power of their dermic arts would increase as well. What 5 Elements formation? Break! Su Zimo sneered and stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground quaked violently. Shocked, the 5 paragons shuddered and nearly fell to the ground. Even the channeling of the formation came to a stop. It was a fleeting opening that was difficult for others to catch. However, who was Su Zimo? He was the strongest monster incarnate in history. To him, this fleeting opening was the difference between victory as well as life and death. A paragon of 5 Elements Sect had just stabilized himself and was about to continue channeling the formation when Su Zimo arrived and roared. The person felt as though a thunderbolt struck his mind and he froze. Furthermore, that was Su Zimo holding back. Otherwise, if Su Zimo were to use Thunderclap Kill at this distance, that person's essence spirit would be killed on the spot. Su Zimo's palm pressed gently on the person's chest. Snap! The person's chest caved in, and he spat out blood, fainting on the spot. With one person severely injured, the 5 Elements formation could no longer be activated. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived before the 5 Elements Sect cultivators and sent the remaining 4 paragons flying with a few punches and kicks. In his hands, paragons were as frail as babies. That person's physique is extremely strong, and he is terrifying in melee combat. We can't fight him up close. A nascent soul paragon reminded loudly. Immediately after, more than 10 paragons stood out. However, they did not approach Su Zimo, and merely stood far away, condensing dermic arts and controlling dermic weapons. Sure, sure, sure. Dermic weapons tore through the air one after another. Many paragons no longer held back and used their trump cards. Bang, boom, boom. Many dermic arts descended, covering the skies with a terrifying might. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as his hands changed continuously, forming a mysterious hand seal. Opening his mouth slightly, he hollered, "Pa!" The entire world went silent with that Sanskrit exclamation. Lowering his head, Su Zimo had a dignified expression, and a divine Buddhist light shone from his body, illuminating all living beings. It was the Daming Dermic Seal, combined with the Daming Mantra. The power of the Dermic Seal was at its limits. Furthermore, this was the only defensive Dermic Seal among the 6 Daming Dermic Seals. Immovable Foundation Seal. Many dermic arts descended and dissipated the moment they made contact with the Buddha light without any ripples. Many dermic weapons froze in midair as well, trembling slightly and unable to stab down. Su Zimo remained unmoved and conjured a dermic seal with his hands, neutralizing the attacks of more than 10 paragons. When the monks of the 3 major Buddhist monasteries caught sight of this, their expressions changed as disbelief filled their eyes. Many of them recognized the origin of the dermic seal. Normally speaking, the Daming True Sutra was long lost. It was said that the cultivators who released the dermic seal recently were 2 people who appeared 100 years ago. One of them was the top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago, and the other was the 5th on the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. Later on, the latter joined a Pamar temple as a young monk. But now this top-tier cultivation technique of the Buddhist monasteries had surfaced from the hands of another cultivator. Narrowing her gaze, Tao Lord Lan Yu focused on Su Zimo and swept her spirit consciousness across him. Finally, Tao Lord Lan Yu discovered something amiss. "Sect Master, what's wrong?" Tao Lord Lan Yu shook her head without saying anything. She merely frowned in deep thought. Right then, as though he had thought of something, Ming Han of Hellfire Hall suddenly charged forward with a ferocious expression and shouted, "I got it! I got it!" Those 36 flying swords earlier on were not connate dermic weapons. They were. Su Zimo swept his gaze and conjured hand seals. A ball of golden flames had already formed on his fingertips and floated towards Ming Han. "Buddhist Tao fire!" Before Ming Han could finish his sentence, he saw a ball of golden flames flying over. Frightened out of his wits, he hurriedly conjured a hellfire spear and thrust it towards the golden flames. Shing! The hellfire spear was minuscule and defenseless against the golden flames and was extinguished instantly. Before Ming Han could react, Su Zimo had already closed in and grabbed his throat, whispering into his ear, "You know too much!" Snap! Ming Han's throat was crushed by Su Zimo. Although his essence spirit was still present, the rupture of his throat was equivalent to crippling him. Chapter 950, Fatal Encirclement. Chapter 950, Fatal Encirclement. Ming Han's words did not arouse much suspicion. The cultivators present merely thought that he was spouting nonsense after suffering a breakdown because he could not withstand the series of blows. The initial group of nascent soul paragons did not retreat. Each of them controlled their dermic weapons and conjured hand seals, preparing to attack Su Zimo once more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 more nascent soul paragons gathered, ready to take advantage of the situation. And Su Zimo conjured hand seals and chanted Sanskrit. Boom! Golden light filled the skies. A gigantic golden palm tore through the firmament, covering the skies as it descended. The palm patterns on the golden palm were clearly visible and shone with a blinding golden light, suppressing the dozens of nascent soul paragons in midair with a majestic aura. kill. Many nascent soul paragons attacked one after another, turning their dermic weapons to stab towards the golden palm. Clang, clang, clang. Numerous dermic weapons stabbed into the palm, and sparks flew everywhere. There was no way they could shake that divine and mighty palm. Many dermic arts struck it, but nothing happened. It was one of the Daming dermic seals, a mortal trap seal. After Su Zimo advanced to the nascent soul realm, the Daming dermic seal was activated with his essence spirit, coupled with the Daming mantra and Mingwang prayer beads. Its power was already at its limits. Bang! Boom! Boom! The golden palm continued crushing down. Dodge! Many cultivators saw that the situation was not looking good and wanted to break free from the golden palm's range. However, the 5 fingers of the golden palm were already bending and closing, as though they were forming a prison. The immortal trap seal could even trap true immortals. No matter how many cultivators tried to escape, they could not break free from the cage formed by the 5 golden fingers. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was obvious that they would be able to escape with just a single step more. However, no matter how they fled, they could not break free of the range. The dozens of paragons could only watch helplessly as the 5 fingers closed in continuously, holding them together and exerting strength. All of them were squeezed together by that gigantic golden palm that rained in continuously. The crowd was shocked when they saw that. Finally, one of the paragons could not hold it in and let out a hysterical shriek with a horrified expression. Poof! 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 Under that immense pressure, blood mists burst forth from the bodies of many cultivators, and their bones were snapped. One after another, figures fell to the ground. Although they did not die, their bodies were severely injured, and it would be difficult for them to recover completely in the future. In the blink of an eye, dozens of nascent soul paragons were defeated. Everyone was shocked. The nascent souls that were initially restless stopped in their tracks and hesitated, not daring to move forward. Domineering, ruthless, decisive to kill. Those were the only thoughts in the minds of many cultivators as they looked at the green figure at the center of the battlefield. All the nascent souls that went up earlier on ended up in miserable states. Broken arms and legs were already considered minor injuries. Some cultivators were completely crippled. His domineering methods stunned all the nascent souls who wanted to hit him while he was down and take advantage of the situation. None of them dared to act rashly now. Isn't he a sword cultivator? How does he know Buddhist dermic arts? What dermic art is that? It doesn't seem like it belongs to the 6 Buddhist monasteries. Why is it so terrifying? Is he really going to sweep through all the paragons single-handedly? The initial fervor of the group of cultivators was completely suppressed by Su Zimo's thunderous methods. Yi Tiancheng sat on his throne with a calm expression. Fu, perfected Lord Panglan, smiled indifferently and was not bothered. The methods that Su Zimo displayed right now were indeed powerful and stunning. However, they were not enough to threaten him. Furthermore, they knew one thing. In their eyes, the dozens of nascent soul paragons that Su Zimo defeated were nothing and could be suppressed easily. That was because true paragons had pride in their hearts. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, true paragons could not be bothered to join forces with others. Furthermore, monster incarnates like him and Yi Tiancheng were renowned. Even if they managed to defeat Su Zimo by joining forces, it would be an unfair victory. They could not afford to lose face like this. At that moment, all the cultivators were stunned by Su Zimo's sharp methods and did not dare to advance. Jian Wuzong sneered and finally stood out. Perfected Lord Panglan smiled when he saw that. You want to challenge us? The test has just begun. Jian Wuzong, don't go. Hang Chuyu frowned and reminded with a voice transmission. Humph. Jian Wuzong harumphed and asked instead, "Why? Are you going to help me retrieve the startling dermic sword, senior brother?" "There's no hurry," Hang Chiyu said in a deep voice, this person's background. Fufu. Before Hang Chiyu could finish, he was interrupted by Jian Wuzong's cold laughter. "Senior brother, I think you just want to stand by and watch me make a fool of myself. I'll take back the sword that I lost personally. It's none of your business," Jian Wuzong said coldly and walked toward Su Zimo with his sword in hand. "Prepare to attack and kill that person at all costs." Yi Tiancheng sent a voice transmission expressionlessly. The 8 maidservants beside him nodded. The third on the phenomenon ranking, Jian Wuzong, is here to take revenge for his previous humiliation. Last time, Jian Wuzong did not display his true strength without a sword in his hands. This is the only way to see who's stronger. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Jian Wuzong walked toward Su Zimo step by step. He wielded his sword casually, and sparks flashed as the tip of his sword sliced across the ground. Although Jian Wuzong looked lazy and was full of openings, no one dared to underestimate him. That was because no one knew when he would strike. When he struck, it would definitely be an attack that could shock the heavens. The distance between the two of them narrowed constantly. One was passive while the other was active. The air seemed to have frozen and was suffocating. All of a sudden, a breathtaking sword beam appeared and pierced Su Zimo's throat, arriving instantly. It was like lightning that tore through the night sky. It was too fast. That was the only thought in everyone's minds. Many paragons instinctively thought that if they were in the same position, they would not be able to react to that sword. Even Dao, Lord Lan Yu's eyes lit up. As expected of third on the phenomenon ranking, there were probably less than 10 nascent souls present who could defend against that single slash. At the same time, 8 figures beside Yi Tiancheng moved. Yi played the flute. The bitter sound of the flute sounded mournful and unsettling. Yi Si scattered flowers. The petals fell with a chilling, killing intent. Yi Wu fanned her folding fan. The wind howled and sand flew everywhere. The figures of the other maidservants flashed, and they took out their dermic weapons, charging forward with daggers, needles, and sabers. The timing of the 8 maidservants was perfect. They sealed off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. There was no way to retreat. At that moment, Jian Wuzong had just attacked. It was an attack that everyone would have to focus on, as though they were approaching an abyss. Nobody could afford to be distracted. At the same time, the attack of the 8 maidservants was equivalent to pushing Su Zimo into the abyss. Perfected Lord Panglan retracted his smile. If he was merely facing Jian Wuzong's attack, he would be able to defend. However, even he might not be able to escape unscathed from this encirclement. Chapter 951, Sword Snatching Counterattack. Chapter 951, Sword Snatching Counterattack. Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others turned nervous. After all, they had not seen Su Zimo for 100 years, and they did not know how strong he was right now. Lung Ro looked at the startling dermic sword in her hands and suddenly felt regret. If she had returned the connate, perfected Lord dermic weapon to Su Zimo earlier on, it might have been of some use at this critical juncture. But now, Su Zimo was standing on the spot, unarmed and fighting with his bare hands. Jian Wuzong's sword was already at his throat. At this distance, it was already too late for Su Zimo to retrieve his dermic weapon from his storage bag. Furthermore, the 8 maidservants of Yi Tiancheng had already surrounded him and sealed off all his escape routes. "Arrogant fellow, let's see where you can hide," Yi Jiu said hatefully with a cold gaze. A look of joy flashed through Jian Wuzong's eyes as well. He could almost see Su Zimo's throat being pierced by his sword the next moment. "Ha ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head and roared with laughter that was deafening. Jian Wuzong frowned slightly. He had suddenly noticed that even in the face of such an encirclement, Su Zimo's eyes were filled with mockery instead of panic. Thereafter, Su Zimo said indifferently, "If I can snatch your sword once, I can do it again." He was the strongest monster incarnate in history. He had no intention of dodging attacks as such. There was no need for it either. Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo suddenly struck. His entire arm went limp, and he flung it out with a thud, like the trunk of a primordial divine elephant against the incoming sword. A coil and a tremble. "Ah!" Jian Wuzong exclaimed. He sensed an extremely terrifying power that twisted and trembled before erupting. His palm could not hold the sword at all. The sword vibrated, and his palm was torn apart. Blood oozed from the muscles on his arm. In a flash, the sword flew out of his hands and was snatched away by Su Zimo. Nobody could tell what happened the moment the two of them exchanged blows. Even Jian Wuzong himself could not see clearly either. Everyone only knew that the sword had changed owners in the blink of an eye. No one could understand the fear in Jian Wuzong's heart right now. Although his current sword was not a connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon, it was still a perfect Dermic weapon that was extremely sharp and could slice through metal like mud. He truly could not imagine that someone of the same cultivation realm could snatch his sword barehanded. Such methods and powerful physique were way beyond his understanding. At that moment, there was only a single thought in Jian Wuzong's mind: run. With his sword snatched away, Jian Wuzong did not hesitate and burst in retreat. Immediately after, he felt an extremely terrifying aura that caused his scalp to tingle. Su Zimo extended his left hand and closed two fingers together like a sword, slashing in his direction casually. Chi! A sword chi burst forth from Su Zimo's fingertip. It was a blinding white. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. Heaven slaying sword art. The sword snatching and counterattack happened at almost the same time. Even the cultivators in the entire mystic courtyard felt a chilling, killing intent, let alone Jian Wuzong. Pissed. The crowd gasped. What a terrifying sword chi. Apart from sword sect, was there another sword art in Tianhuang mainland that was this terrifying? I know. Chung Peng of Heavenly Dipper sect was crippled by that sword chi. Someone exclaimed. Initially, Dao Lord Panglon had the thought of watching a show. However, after the sword chi burst forth, he felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he sat upright with a grim expression. Dao Lord Lan Yu's expression changed slightly as her eyes narrowed. She was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, and her cultivation realm far surpassed everyone else's. She could sense everything clearly. It was clear that Mo Ling had yet to unleash the true might of the sword chi. Even so, it was enough to destroy everything. Compared to this sword chi, Jian Wuzong's attack earlier paled in comparison, as though he was a kid that was waving a sword wildly. The cultivators at the side felt their hearts skip a beat. It was easy to imagine the current situation of Jian Wuzong. It was as though he could smell death. Jian Wuzong's pupils constricted as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. Dermic power surged, and a gigantic Dermic power sword was formed between his palms. Slay! With a furious roar, he waved his Dermic power sword and slashed viciously at the incoming sword chi. Shing! There was a soft sound. It was almost inaudible. The Dermic power sword in Jian Wuzong's hands was sliced into two by the thin white sword chi and dissipated instantly. However, the sword chi did not pause at all and stabbed towards Jian Wuzong's chest. A Dermic art of sword sect could not defend against the sword chi at all. Jian Wuzong had a ferocious expression, and green veins popped out on his neck. His eyes filled with indignance. Although the sword qi might not be able to kill him, it would definitely destroy his body once it entered his body. He had never seen such a terrifying sword qi even back in Sword Sect. "I'm indignant." Jian Wuzong let out his final roar. All of a sudden, just as Jian Wuzong was about to give up, a massive tug on his arm pulled him back. Jian Wuzong's figure floated, and he fell towards the front of Sword Sect. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure who shielded him. "Senior brother." Jian Wuzong jolted. Hang Qiyu chose to stand out when he was on the brink of death. "Senior brother, help me kill him." Jian Wuzong shouted through gritted teeth. Hang Qiyu did not reply. He could not speak either. When he stood in front of the sword qi properly, Hang Qiyu felt the fear full and proper. Unknowingly, beads of sweat appeared on his face. Buzz! Hang Qiyu struck. A breathtaking sword beam appeared. 6 dermic patterns, a connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon. Wherever the sword beam passed, all life in the void seemed to be sucked away by it. Lifeless sword art. That sword art was a secret skill that was deduced by the Sword Sect's founder master through one of the 3 ancient sword arts and possessed shocking might. Clang! The sword qi and sword tip collided. Endless killing intent filled the air. The void where they collided seemed to be sliced into pieces. Hang Qiyu shuddered and staggered 3 steps back. With every step, his feet sank deeply into the ground, leaving a clear footprint. The terrifying sword qi finally dissipated. However, Hang Qiu's arm that was gripping his sword was still trembling uncontrollably. Even with his connate dermic weapon and the lifeless sword art, he could barely defend against the sword qi. What was the origin of that sword qi? What scared Hang Qiu even more was not the sword qi. It was the person who released the sword qi. After releasing that sword qi, Mo Ling turned around and faced the 8 maidservants of Yi Tiancheng without turning back. He did not even look at them once. Nobody could match his confidence. The true reason why Hang Qiu's heart sank was because of that person's identity. Chapter 952. Who are you? Chapter 952. Who are you? On the battlefield, it only took a single moment for Su Zimo to snatch the sword and release the heaven-slaying sword art. At the same time, the attacks of the 8 maidservants had already arrived. The first to arrive was Yi Yi's flute. The mournful sound of the flute could disrupt the minds of cultivators and even affect their essence spirits. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his 7 orifices were incomparably strong. The sound of the flute could not affect his mind at all. As for affecting his essence spirit, that was even more impossible. The sound of the flute could not even penetrate the layer of defense set up by the Mingwang prayer beads. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind swept over. If it was a cultivator with a weaker physique, they would have been swept up by the gust of wind or staggered and swayed. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo's physique was strong, and he stood firmly on the ground as though he was rooted. Yi Si's petals flew over with the wind. The other 5 maidservants had also closed in. Right then, Su Zimo had just snatched the sword from Jian Wuzong's hands. Turning around, he twisted his wrist, and the sword vibrated. He snatched the sword, counterattacked, and spun to slash with the sword in one single motion. Whoosh! Waving the sword in his hand, Su Zimo slashed viciously at the void before him. The sword slashed down, and a tsunami sound could be heard. Right after, a boundless ocean seemed to appear before the eyes of many cultivators. At the center of the sea, waves surged and spun endlessly, forming a gigantic vortex that rumbled with a terrifying might. The entire space seemed to have been distorted by the terrifying vortex. Using his sword as a saber, Su Zimo released vortex of the sea calming manual. Pissed. What a strong sword intent. What sort of sword technique is this? It seems to be lacking in the sharpness of the Tao of the sword. Instead, it seems more dignified. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. There were 3 levels to sword Tao: technique, force, and intent. Sword techniques were the most superficial, and sword forces required one to comprehend some of the aura of the sword techniques. Before the nascent soul realm, cultivators could at most comprehend the level of force. That was because the final layer of sword intent required the essence spirit to channel dermic powers and evolve the intent of the technique. The might of a top-notch sword intent was not weaker than dermic arts. Furthermore, be it sword or saber intent, the might of the sword technique would increase immensely after it was released and could affect a cultivator's mind. Right now, it was as though many cultivators were witnessing a massive ocean vortex. When he saw that, Hang Chiuyu's eyes widened and he shuddered. As though he thought of something, a look of realization flashed through his eyes, followed by shock and finally fear. Sword intent. Listening to the discussions in the crowd, Hang Chiuyu wanted to laugh but could not. The first stance of the sea calming manual focused on defense. Space distorted with a single slash. Although Su Zimo slashed out the saber technique with a sword, the intent was the same and the power was shocking. The incoming petals were sucked into the vortex, as though they had lost their direction and were flowing along with the current. The other 5 maidservants had just charged forward when their movement techniques came to a stop and they were almost dragged away. Yi Jiu's gaze was sinister as she charged forward despite the pressure and waved her hand. A dense mass of silver needles burst forth from her sleeves. Before they even arrived, they emitted a pungent stench. Poison. It was a familiar move that was identical to the methods of poison sect cultivators. Sneering internally, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air. Just as the poison needles were about to reach his face, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Kill! Thunderclap kill! Boom! The voice sounded like thunder in the ears of the 8 maidservants. The first to suffer was Yi, who played the flute. The sound of the flute was interrupted instantly. Yi grunted and her face turned pale instantly. Cracks appeared on her flute. It was clearly crippled. Furthermore, Su Zimo's roar was released with the power of his lungs, and a massive air current gushed out from his mouth. The poison needles were blown away by Su Zimo's breath. Immediately after, a series of peerless sword beams followed. Ripples seemed to ripple through the void towards Yi Air, Yi San, and the other maidservants. See calming manual, ripple stance. Similarly, he released his saber intent with his sword. The sword beam was cold as it sliced through Yi Air and Yi San's throats. Both of their minds went blank from the shock of Thunderclap kill and were stunned on the spot. By the time they came to their senses, they found themselves spinning and rising into the air. They could see their own corpses. Their corpses were headless. 2 gigantic heads were beheaded by Su Zimo. Yi Ba and Yi Jiu were the closest to Su Zimo. The impact of Thunderclap kill was the strongest as well. Blood oozed from their nostrils, ears, mouths, and eyes. They were bleeding from all orifices. The 2 of them fell stiffly to the ground, and 2 more heads flew up before they could even touch the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lu was the only one left among the 5 people who had rushed forward. Her body was the strongest among the 5 of them, and that was the reason why she was able to hold out for so long. You. However, the moment she said a single word, Su Zimo had already walked over and slashed with his sword without giving her any chance. Swoosh! That sword strike created a tsunami. Yi Lu was sent flying by the sword strike the moment she raised her curved saber. Su Zimo severed her head, casually. Of the 8 maidservants, only 3 remained. The 3 of you don't leave either. Su Zimo advanced with his sword, and wherever his sword passed, ripples would appear. The 3 of them were engulfed by the ripples, and it was impossible for them to escape. Cling, clang. Both parties had only exchanged 3 to 4 blows. 3 heads that were spewing blood flew into the air and fell into the dust. There were many nascent souls that attacked Su Zimo, but the 8 maidservants suffered the most tragic outcome. It was like karma. Initially, it was one of the maidservants who took action and beheaded a nascent soul. She was unreasonable, and no one dared to reply. But now their fates had turned out like this. It said that sword cultivators are ruthless and decisive in killing. Now that I'm seeing it personally, they truly live up to their reputation. That Mo Ling is way too ruthless. He doesn't know how to be tender towards women at all. The crowd was speechless. Who are you? Right then, a voice sounded from the side, seemingly questioning but suppressing something. The person's voice was quivering. Hang Chiyu glared at Su Zimo fixedly, and his arm that was gripping his sword trembled slightly as he asked again, "Who are you?" He could tell that it was not sword intent, but saber intent. Apart from the successor of Divine Phoenix Island, there was only a single person in Tianhuang mainland who knew about that saber intent. Patron, may I know who taught you the Daming Truth Sutra? Please reply. Void reversion monks of wisdom, hollow, and formless monasteries stood out at the same time and asked loudly with unfriendly expressions. Fufu. Suddenly, Yi Tiancheng laughed and said darkly, "Do you think that you can fool everyone by using a sword as a saber and displaying saber intent?" He was the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking, the number 1 perfected lord of the Middle Continent. Naturally, Su Zimo's methods could not be hidden from him. Right then, Dao Lord Lan Yu stood up slowly, and a suppressive might descended. "You've hidden your true appearance. Who are you exactly? How dare you disguise yourself at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party?" Chapter 953. My name is Su Zimo. Chapter 953. My name is Su Zimo. The crowd was stunned. Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect was stunned on the spot as well. Yi Tiancheng, Hang Chiyu, and the monks of the Buddhist sects interrogated Su Zimo aggressively. Right now, even Dao Lord Lan Yu stood out. Furthermore, Dao Lord Lan Yu had an unfriendly expression. It was clear that she was truly enraged. Nan Gongling and the other 2 exchanged confused glances. Wasn't that little Granduncle Master's original appearance? Little Granduncle Master hid his identity. What was his original identity, and why did he have to hide? Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others looked nervous. At that moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the green-robed man in the center of the battlefield. Su Zimo smiled calmly and indifferently. He had expected this. At this point, there was no longer a need to hide. Su Zimo's body crackled and his facial muscles twitched. In the blink of an eye, his appearance changed drastically, and he turned into a cultivator with delicate features. His black hair swayed, and his green robes fluttered. His eyes were deep, and his body exuded an aura that was so strong that it could make one shudder. Hang Chuyu's heart skipped a beat, and he took half a step back instinctively. His eyes were filled with fear, and his breathing quickened. Fairy Luo Shui of Snowdrift Valley jolted upright, and her eyes lit up. "Ah!" Tang Yu of Elixir Yang sect exclaimed softly and covered her mouth hurriedly with joy in her eyes. "Wow!" Ru Xian exclaimed and chuckled. "So, little Granduncle Master actually looks like this. He's quite handsome." Yi Tiancheng, perfected Lord Panglan, and the others had never seen Su Zimo before and naturally had no reaction. However, there was an unusual commotion in the crowd. "It's him. He's still alive." Unknowingly, 100 years have passed since that incident. Dao, Lord Lanyu frowned. It was clear that many of the cultivators present recognized this person. However, their voices were suppressed, and they did not even mention his name. It was as though that name had become a taboo. Dao, Lord Lanyu asked once more, "Who are you?" "My name is Su Zimo." Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings calmly and said in a slow manner. Instantly, the entire mystic courtyard turned silent, and one could hear a pin drop. That name seemed to possess an invisible power that could deter all the cultivators from speaking, breathing, or acting rashly. Su Zimo was the number one of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago, an unprecedented monster incarnate. He had once suppressed the paragons of the various major sects in the two ancient battlefields, and was invincible among his peers. This man has never suffered a defeat. He created an unprecedented golden core phenomenon and left his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. Many cultivators recalled the various legends of that name. Of course, the most terrifying legends were related to the catastrophe of the paragons that broke out in Myriad Phenomenon City during the battle for the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. Legend has it that during that catastrophe, 2 different foreign races descended and massacred the city. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Countless paragons were killed. More than half of the paragons on the phenomenon ranking were dead. Thankfully, this person protected the last bit of dignity of the human race and fought a bloody battle to the death. In a situation where he was almost exhausted, he managed to kill off both foreign races. Of course, the major sects and factions forbade the details of the matter to be spread later on, and many surviving cultivators were extremely secretive about it as well. It became a taboo. As time passed by, many details were drowned in the river of time. That matter eventually became a legend. Now that 100 years had passed, there were no longer many people who thought of it to be true. As for the younger generation, they even treated it as a joke and never took it seriously. Ignoring everyone else, Nangongling, Ru Xian, and the others of 100 Refinement sect were already filled with disdain towards Su Zimo during their casual chat. However, many of the cultivators present were lucky survivors who were once personally involved. Hang Chuyu was. It was the same for Fairy Luo Shui. There were others. Almost all the cultivators who survived the calamity advanced to the nascent soul realm and became paragons that were eligible to participate in this event. In the hearts of these paragons, that name was invincible and taboo. That was the true number one of the phenomenon ranking. Now that this person was at the nascent soul realm, he was the number 1 perfected lord. He was not the number 1 perfected lord of Middle Continent, but the number 1 perfected lord of Tianhuang mainland. Little Granduncle Master, He's, Su Zimo. Ru Xian widened her mouth in disbelief. Could the legend back then be true? Nangong Ling murmured softly, unable to recover from the shock. Lu Hanyan had a complicated expression. She had long noticed that something was amiss with Su Zimo. However, she had not expected their Granduncle Master to have such a powerful background. There seemed to be an explanation for everything at this moment. Su Zimo was most likely the only person who could possess the boldness to holler at Yi Tiancheng to get down. Su Zimo was the only one who could take down Jian Wuzong, who was ranked 3rd on the phenomenon ranking so badly that the latter could not even withdraw his sword. Su Zimo was the only one who could take on all the paragons present single-handedly. No wonder. Lu Hanyan looked towards Lung Ro and the others who were not far away. She finally understood why Su Zimo wanted to stand out and help Lung Ro and the others to withstand the massive pressure from Yi Tiancheng and Dao, Lord Lanyu. Dao, Lord Lanyu, narrowed her eyes with a conflicted expression. Given her status, she naturally knew everything that happened in Myriad Phenomenon City 100 years ago. No matter what, Thousand Crane sect was indebted to Su Zimo for the battle 100 years ago. Or rather, all the sects and paragons that survived 100 years ago owed Su Zimo a huge favor. However, Su Zimo's situation was complicated. This man had already offended many super sects, Glass Palace, Chaos Essence Sect, and Wind Thunder Palace. All of them wanted to kill him. Furthermore, that person cultivated a demon cultivation technique. Up till this point, nobody knew if he was a human or demon. As the master of Thousand Crane sect, Dao Lord Lanyu was hesitant about how to deal with this person. There was no justice in killing him. However, if he was not killed, it would be equivalent to offending a few super sects. Instantly, Dao Lord Lanyu fell silent as well. This was an unprecedentedly strange scene. The name shocked the entire mystic courtyard into silence. Senior brother, what are you waiting for? Go up and kill this man to help me wash away my shame. Unable to hold it in, Jian Wuzong pushed Hang Chuyu. Hang Chuyu glared at Su Zimo with a dark expression without saying anything. Jian Wuzong grit his teeth and said hatefully, "That sword art of his can't be released a second time within a short period of time. Senior brother, help me kill him." "Shut up." Hang Chuyu spun around and gave Jian Wuzong a tight slap. Jian Wuzong was stunned from the blow. With a cold gaze, Hang Chuyu glared at Jian Wuzong and ordered coldly, "Scram! Don't embarrass yourself here. Do you know who he is? Senior brother, are you afraid?" Jian Wuzong burst into laughter. What happened 100 years ago was merely a baseless rumor. To think that you would be frightened by someone whose name has been exaggerated. Ha ha ha. Rumor. Hang Chuyu replied coldly, "Everything was true." "How do you know?" "You didn't see it with your own eyes." Jian Wuzong could not continue. He suddenly recalled that Hang Chuyu was ranked 8th on the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago and had personally experienced everything in Myriad Phenomenon City. Chapter 954. You're not allowed to use it unless I allow it. Chapter 954. You're not allowed to use it unless I allow it. Hang Chuyu looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a conflicted expression. Although they had only exchanged half a move, he knew that the difference between them was even greater than before. At that moment, when the name Su Zimo was mentioned, Hang Chuyu realized that did not even possess the courage to attack this man any longer. The void reversion of Sword Sect narrowed his eyes and asked with a cold glint, "Is he really as strong as the rumors say?" "Yes." Hang Chuyu replied firmly without hesitation. "Fufu." The void reversion of Sword Sect sneered. "No matter what, he's only the top of the phenomenon ranking. There are 2 people at the top of the phenomenon rankings here, and he doesn't have any extra limbs." Hang Chuyu shook his head. There have been many people who are at the top of the phenomenon rankings in history, but he's different. "Fufu, what difference can there be?" The void reversion of Sword Sect sneered once more. "What are you doing?" Turning around, Hang Chuyu asked with a frown. The void reversion of Sword Sect said coldly, "I heard that he's a demon. Since he's a demon, we'll naturally kill him with all our might. There's no need for any morals." Hang Chuyu said sternly, "I advise you not to harbor any designs on him." Hang Chuyu was truly advising from the bottom of his heart. Without experiencing the catastrophe of Myriad Phenomenon City personally, no one would be able to understand how terrifying this green-robed scholar was. No matter how strong he is, can he defeat someone at the void reversion realm and defend against my sword? The void reversion of Sword Sect pursed his lips. "To think that you're truly afraid," as Jian Wuzong said. "Hang Chuyu, you've truly disappointed me. I admit I'm scared." Without hiding anything, Hang Chuyu paused for a moment before changing the topic. "But even if I'm not afraid, I won't attack him. Anyone from Sword Sect can attack him except me. 100 years ago, I owed him my life." The void reversion of Sword sect harumphed and remained silent. Snowdrift Valley's Ling Bai glared at Su Zimo and licked his lips, looking excited and eager. Not every paragon would feel fear upon hearing that name. Although Ling Bai was ranked 20th on the phenomenon ranking, he had obtained a great opportunity after entering the nascent soul realm and believed that he was not weaker than other nascent soul paragons. He came to the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, this time round with the intention of shocking everyone present with his prowess. Right then, Fairy Luo Shui, the void reversion of Snowdrift Valley, stood out and cupped her fists toward Su Zimo with a smile. It's been 100 years since we parted in Myriad Phenomenon City. Do you still remember me, Brother Su? How can I forget the grace of a fairy? Su Zimo smiled as well. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, of the 13 nascent souls, only 3 chose not to escape, and Fairy Luo Shui was one of them. Fairy Luo Shui also knew that it was not suitable for them to catch up at this moment. She merely exchanged some pleasantries before retreating. Snowdrift Valley disciples, listen up. Fairy Luo Shui said slowly, It's fine if you want to fight, but no one is allowed to attack Su Zimo. Huh? Why? Ling Bai was indignant and asked with a frown. Fairy Luo Shui said indifferently, Continue watching and you'll find out I won't hurt you guys. Since he is here now, unless a Dharma characteristic shows up at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, no one else will be a threat to him. At the mention of Su Zimo's name, some were wary, some were fearful, but others were indifferent. Perfected Lord Panglan was one of them. He was at the top of the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago and was half a step into the void reversion realm. He was confident that he would be able to drink the final cup of supreme grade mystic tea. To be fair, because of some personal trump cards, he was not even bothered by Yi Tiancheng. All these years he had been in seclusion. He had never heard of the apocalyptic battle, much less the Paragon catastrophe 100 years ago, and was not fearful at all. Top of the phenomenon ranking. Perfected Lord Panglan smiled indifferently. Who isn't one? He was older and was more mature than the other nascent soul paragons. He had no intention of attacking. The situation before him was clear. Su Zimo was bound to fight with Yi Tiancheng. All he had to do was watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Well, well, well. Yi Tiancheng finally moved, rising slowly from his throne. He looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and grinned. The purpose for my marriage proposal this time round was merely to serve as a bait. Initially, I thought that I would be able to fish out some small fishes. To think that I would be able to fish out a huge catch. At this point, Yi Tiancheng no longer concealed the purpose of the marriage proposal. Lung Ro turned to look at Dao, Lord Lanyu. Dao, Lord Lanyu, had an ugly expression, but she did not say anything, nor did she have any intention of apologizing to Lung Ro. As the master of a sect and Lung Ro's master, she would definitely not bow down in front of everyone despite knowing that she was in the wrong. To me, you're also bait. Su Zimo replied indifferently. Dean has escaped a calamity by not appearing today. I'm going to use you to bait him out. Fu. Yi Tiancheng laughed. His eyes filled with mockery as he shook his head. Su Zimo, oh Su Zimo, I admit that you're indeed qualified to challenge me. However, if you want to challenge Senior Brother Dean, you're overestimating yourself. The difference between the two of you is like heaven and earth. You've got 2 things wrong. Su Zimo extended his finger and shook it gently. First, I'm not the one challenging you. You're the one challenging me. Who were you even when I became famous? I'm also the top of the phenomenon ranking. Yi Tiancheng was too young, and the slightest provocation was enough to incur his wrath. Top of the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo smiled gently. That's because I was not around. If I were, I would wipe you from the phenomenon ranking. Wipe. He spoke as though he was wiping away dust with ease. Second, Su Zimo continued, There is indeed a gap between Di and me. 100 years ago, Di was chased by me and fled in a sorry state, discarding all his equipment. He did not even dare to return to Myriad Phenomenon City. The difference between us is truly like heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha, it's all from 100 years ago. Who knows if it's true or not? Yi Tiancheng laughed sinisterly. Su Zimo, you're old and you can only reminisce about the past. The era that belongs to you is already over. Now that 100 years have passed, it's my era. I'm the #1 perfected lord. That's where you're wrong again. Su Zimo shook his head. 100 years later, since I'm back, I'm now the #1 perfected lord. That title? You're not allowed to use it unless I allow it. You're not allowed to use it unless I allow it. His words were extremely domineering, and an invisible aura crushed over, causing Yi Tiancheng to feel a sense of pressure. And if I want to use it? Yi Tiancheng glared at Su Zimo menacingly and said word by word. Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife as he said slowly, I'll kill you if you dare taint that title. Chapter 955, Battle Erupts. Chapter 955, Battle Erupts. Kill me? Yi Tiancheng smiled sinisterly and turned to look at Dao, Lord Lanyu, who was not far away. He said coldly, Today is a personal feud between Chaos Essence Sect and this person. It's not within the scope of the Paragon battle. Dao, Lord Lanyu, please don't interfere. In other words, the two of them were going to fight to the death. Dao, being Qi Guy of Zephyr Thunder Palace, suddenly stood up and said, Everyone, don't forget that we don't know if this lad is a human or a demon. Initially, Zephyr Thunder Palace stood by idly. Now that Su Zimo's true identity was exposed, there was no way they would let him off. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the paragon of Zephyr Thunder Palace died in Night Spirit's hands. In order to snatch the Purple Thunder Manual, perfected Lord Tianming of Zephyr Thunder Palace was turned into a puddle of blood by Su Zimo's demonic technique, and his body and spirit were destroyed. Be it for revenge or for the Purple Thunder Manual, Zephyr Thunder Hall naturally could not sit still after seeing Su Zimo reappear. The Void Reversion of Hellfire Hall said hatefully, If he was a demon, he sure is evil since he infiltrated the 1,000 Crane Tea Party and schemed for the supreme grade Mystic Tea while causing internal strife between the major sections. Sect Master Lanyu, you should kill right away as a warning to others. Ming Han's throat was crushed by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was damaged. Even if he woke up, it would be difficult for him to regain his former glory. Hellfire Hall hated Su Zimo to the core. That's right. The void reversion of Sword Sect Harumphed. I even heard that this lad is sworn siblings with a bunch of demons. If he's not a demon, what is he? The super sects expressed their stance, one after another. Dao, Lord Lanyu, took a deep breath and had no choice but to step forward. Slapping her storage bag, she took out a shining mirror and threw it gently into the air, pointing to it with her finger. A stream of dermic power surged within. Whoosh! The mirror shone brightly and a gigantic beam of light landed on Su Zimo. Demon Revealing Mirror. The Demon Revealing Mirror was a dermic treasure specially created by the Weapon Emperor of the Ancient Era to counter demons. It had no effect on cultivators, but was extremely harmful to demons. Legend has it that the true Demon Revealing Mirror could destroy any demon with a single beam of light. It was extremely terrifying. The Demon Revealing Mirrors later on were all replicas. Although they were not as powerful as the original Demon Revealing Mirror, they still had clear effects on demons. Demons had nowhere to hide under the illumination of the Demon Revealing Mirror and would reveal their true forms. Furthermore, their essence, spirit, and dermic powers would be suppressed. Back in the intermediate ancient battlefield, Glass Palace relied on a few Demon Revealing Mirrors to set up a formation that trapped Su Zimo on the spot. Right now, the mirror in Dao, Lord Lanyu's hands, was a replica of the Demon Revealing Mirror. Even so, the demon-revealing mirror was a Tao, Lord Dermic weapon and had an absolute suppressive effect on a nascent soul demon. Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others instantly became nervous. However, they soon realized that there was no need for that. Against the light of the demon-revealing mirror, Su Zimo stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent and unaffected. He did not look like a demon being suppressed at all. After entering nascent soul realm, Su Zimo cultivated 2 essence spirits. Right now, the black-haired essence spirit was in his consciousness. This was an essence spirit condensed from the top cultivation techniques of the human race, the immortal and Buddhist sections. It was extremely pure and would not be affected at all. As for the scarlet-haired Een spirit, it was hidden in the depths of his consciousness and could not be detected unless someone sent their spirit consciousness in. Upon seeing that, everyone from Zephyr Thunderhall and Chaos Essence sect frowned. Could the rumors be fake? Or could it be that this person had some tricks that he could even hide from the demon-revealing mirror? Expressionlessly, Tao Lord Lanyu put away the demon-revealing mirror and waved her hand. Settle your grudges yourselves. Boom! Before the sentence was finished, Yi Tiancheng had already leaped up from his throne. His glabella shone as he conjured hand seals repeatedly and shouted, "Firmament art!" Dermic powers were like silk on the fingertips of Yi Tiancheng, weaving a boundless firmament that shrouded towards Su Zimo. Firmament art was a top-grade Dermic art of Chaos Essence sect. The firmaments covered the entire world. Under the envelopment of the firmaments, all living beings would be suppressed. An unimaginable pressure crushed down, as though the entire sky had collapsed and covered the skies. How was that a fight against a human? It was a fight against the heavens and skies. It was not something that human strength could compare against. This is way too scary. Sensing the Dermic powers surging in the battlefield, the crowd's expressions changed, and they exclaimed softly. In the fight earlier on, many nascent soul paragons released their Dermic arts. However, they were nothing but child's play compared to this Dermic art. As expected of Yi Tiancheng, Nan Gongling murmured with a shocked expression, to be able to cultivate such immense Dermic powers at early stage nascent soul. How strong will he be at late stage or perfected nascent soul? Ru Xian and the others looked worried as well. Even though they were not involved, they still felt immense pressure. It was hard to imagine how Su Zimo, who was at the center of the battlefield, would react to the firmament art. Su Zimo did not move. He merely stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and raised his head slightly, looking at the descending firmament with disdain. He could tell that the Dermic art was extremely powerful. However, Yi Tiancheng was far from being able to unleash the power of that Dermic art. Firmament art. Su Zimo smiled gently. With a bang, his feet landed on the ground, and he rose from the ground, punching towards the firmaments that were crushing down. The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. Against that Dermic art, Su Zimo did not use any Dermic weapons, Dermic arts, or secret skills. Instead, he chose to fight it with his body. A tiny figure rose against the shroud of the massive firmaments. It looked like a moth flying into flames. However, the collision between the two was earth-shaking. Boom! Su Zimo's fist collided heavily against the descending firmament. Instantly, the world froze. That scene seemed to have frozen. Beneath the firmament, a seemingly tiny figure reached out with a fist as though it wanted to tear through the firmaments and penetrate the world. Crack! 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 Cracks sounded. Under the watchful gazes of countless people, cracks appeared in the firmaments one after another, growing larger and spreading. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled. Shattered. The firmament shattered. That extremely domineering firmament art was shattered by a single punch from Su Zimo. What a terrifying physique! That person's physique is probably not weaker than divine weapons. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. Well, well, well. Yi Tiancheng reared his head in laughter without any fear in his eyes. Su Zimo, you've truly not disappointed me. Sure, sure, sure. Swinging his robes, Yi Tiancheng sent a series of cold flashes toward Su Zimo at an extremely fast speed. 49 flying swords tore through the air with sword chi. Ah, it's an entire set of flying swords. Suddenly, the void reversion of ancient array sect said, I remember now. The sect master of chaos essence, sect, paid a visit 10 years ago. This set of flying swords was made personally for him by our sect master. To think that this set of flying swords would be in the hands of Yi Tiancheng. Could it be? Chapter 956, Clash of Phenomenons. Chapter 956, Clash of Phenomenons. Sword Formation Master. Nobody expected Yi Tiancheng to be one of the few extremely rare sword formation masters in the cultivation world. The more flying swords required to create a sword formation, the harder it would be to control the formation and the more power it would possess. Now that Yi Tiancheng had released 49 flying swords, and all of them were perfect grade, perfected Lord Dermic weapons, the lethality of the sword formation was unimaginable. Chaos Essence Void Sword Formation. Yi Tiancheng controlled the 49 flying swords and drew a series of trajectories in midair, interweaving and forming formation patterns. Sweeping his gaze across Yi Tiancheng's flying swords, Su Zimo sneered and slapped his storage bag, pulling out a grayish-black mountain. One of the 7 unique treasures, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. Dermic powers surged within Su Zimo's body, and he injected it into the Mystic Magnet Mountain before flinging it into the air. The Mystic Magnet Mountain expanded against the wind and crushed down towards the 49 flying swords. Yi Tiancheng's expression changed slightly. Just as the Chaos Essence Void Sword Formation was about to be formed, he did not expect his flying swords to move uncontrollably towards the Mystic Magnet Mountain after it descended. Formations would collapse instantly if there was a slightest mistake in their patterns. What more, the 49 flying swords were all completely out of control at this moment. Stabilize. Yi Tiancheng released his massive spirit consciousness in an attempt to control the 49 flying swords. However, the Mystic Magnet Mountain had already descended. Boom! With a loud bang, all 49 flying swords were suppressed beneath the Mystic Magnet Mountain. Imperial Void Seal Technique. Yi Tiancheng's reaction was extremely fast as he conjured hand seals repeatedly and cast them onto the Mystic Magnet Mountain. The Dermic seal shone with a mysterious light and almost sealed the power of the Mystic Magnet Mountain. Clang! Clang! The 49 flying swords danced beneath the mountain peak, trying to break free. Humph! Su Zimo sneered, and his eyes flashed with lightning. He conjured hand seals rapidly, and rumbling sounds echoed from his body. Electric arcs even flashed on his body. His black hair danced, and purple lightning filled the air. Dark clouds surged and covered the skies. Standing in midair, Su Zimo seemed as though he was in a sea of thunder and lightning with a majestic aura. Purple thunderstorm. Su Zimo hollered and pointed forward. Streaks of purple thunderbolt rained down from the dark clouds, connecting the firmaments to the earth. They weaved endlessly to form a terrifying purple thunderstorm. It's the Purple Thunder Manual. Dao, being Chi Guy of Zephyr Thunder Palace, grit his teeth with greed in his eyes. There was a cultivation technique in Zephyr Thunder Hall called the Green Thunder Manual. Be it perfected Lord Tianming of Wind Thunder Palace or Dao being Chi Guy, Both of them were bent on getting back the Purple Thunder Manual because the combination of these two dermic arts was the top cultivation technique, the Void Thunder Manual. Legend has it that when these two cultivation techniques were combined into one, they could create an essence, spirit, secret skill with shocking might. If I can seize this opportunity to get my hands on the Purple Thunder Manual, I can fuse these two cultivation techniques first. Dao Bing Chi Gai's eyes shone with excitement. This was an opportunity that belonged to him. There was no way he could let this slip. On the battlefield, the purple thunderstorm descended as though it wanted to destroy the world. The storm shrouded the mystic magnet mountain, and purple lightning flickered, destroying the seal left behind by Yi Tiancheng's imperial void seal technique swiftly. The 49 flying swords were suppressed by the mystic magnet mountain once more. Not only that, the purple thunderstorm was already moving towards Yi Tiancheng, wanting to engulf him as well. Everyone held their breaths and focused, their eyes filled with shock. It was as though there were only two dazzling figures left in the world. The fight between the two caused the weather to change and the world to quake. This was a fight that far surpassed the knowledge of nascent souls. Vast oceans. Yi Tiancheng finally retracted the contempt in his heart, and his eyes turned misty as he mouthed two words. Splash! A vast ocean appeared behind Yi Tiancheng, and he seemed to have fused with it. Yi Tiancheng's figure began to blur. Ah, it's his golden core phenomenon. Because of this golden core phenomenon, he was able to sweep through everyone of the golden core realm and dominate as the top of the phenomenon ranking. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. As long as cultivators were willing to comprehend and deduce, many golden core phenomenons could be transformed into their personal dermic arts. Of course, the deduction process was extremely long and boring. There were also many paragons who wasted their time without any gains. The vast ocean surged and engulfed the purple thunderstorm instantly. The seawater churned and surged towards Su Zimo. It was only now that Su Zimo's eyes truly flashed with a hint of surprise. Interesting, Su Zimo muttered softly. All of a sudden, a massive being appeared beneath his feet. It had 4 legs and 2 heads. The being carried a gigantic shell that was filled with mysterious ravines. It was ancient and seemed as though it could contain the secrets of the world. The back of the armor supported the heavens and the earth with its 4 legs, moving against the sea continuously. Groar! The turtle and snake reared their heads and let out a long howl that shone with divine light. Heaven and earth rumbled. The phenomenon of the turtle and snake, the black tortoise, had descended. To think that I would be able to see this phenomenon again 100 years later. Hang Chiu lamented. It was as though he had returned to the unforgettable time of the phenomenon clash between the paragons of Myriad Phenomenon City. Jian Wuzong remarked sourly, they're both golden core phenomenons from the top of the phenomenon ranking. There's not much difference. There's too much difference. Hang Chiu shook his head and did not explain further. That was because there would soon be an outcome to this clash of phenomenons 100 years after. Su Zimo stood on the turtle and snake, going against the current. The distance between the two of them narrowed constantly. Yi Tiancheng's expression did not change as his figure turned increasingly illusory. Bright moon. By the time he said that, his figure had already vanished above the vast ocean. Thereafter, a bright moon rose from the horizon, scattering silver rays onto the surface of the sea, sparkling like a painting. Yi Tiancheng had completely fused into his phenomenon. Vast ocean, bright moon. First on the phenomenon ranking. This was also a golden core phenomenon created by Yi Tiancheng that was unprecedented. Vast ocean, bright moon. Su Zimo smiled gently, and his figure blurred for a moment before vanishing as well. Flames raged on the massive turtle shell, and a green lotus grew out. Under the heat of the flames, the green color gradually faded and shone with a bedazzling golden light. Swoosh! The golden lotus flower suddenly moved. It smashed towards the moon that was rising in the skies. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Cracks appeared on the bright moon. Instantly, the picturesque scene was shattered and Yi Tianqing's figure fell out, staggering backwards with a pale face and disheveled clothes. Su Zimo's figure appeared as well, his green robes fluttering without a speck of dust. The fight between the two phenomenons had come to an end. The difference between them was clear. Su Zimo strode forward and said indifferently, "Even if you're the real bright moon, I can suppress you all the same." Chapter 957, Eye of Reincarnation. Chapter 957, Eye of Reincarnation. Yi Tianqing was very strong. As the number one of the phenomenon ranking, he created an unprecedented golden core phenomenon and left his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. His hands were stained with the blood of more than one void reversion. An opponent that was a major cultivation realm above him. That was enough to prove his strength. He was only an early-stage nascent soul. Not only him, even the others did not dare to imagine how strong he would be once he cultivated to late or perfected stage nascent soul realm. Yi Tianqing had never tasted defeat throughout his cultivation journey. Fighting someone above his level was as common as eating and drinking to him. He truly had the strength to do so as well. Unfortunately, he was against the wrong opponent. Among those of the same cultivation realm, there was no one who could match Su Zimo, let alone the fact that Yi Tianqing was 2 cultivation realms lower. Their dermic powers were not on the same level. The phenomenons collided and Yi Tianqing was defeated. If not for the fact that he possessed a powerful defensive dermic weapon on him, he would have been severely injured in this clash. Little Granduncle Master actually has the upper hand. Nangong Ling was secretly speechless. One had to know that they had witnessed Yi Tianqing dominating his peers with their own eyes. To many of them, Yi Tianqing was an invincible symbol. They truly had not expected that someone of the same cultivation realm would be able to gain the upper hand against Yi Tianqing. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just gaining the upper hand. Lu Hanyan shook her head. Right from the beginning, has Yi Tianqing managed a proper counterattack against Granduncle Master at all? Nangong Ling and Ru Xian were stunned. Yi Tianqing's methods were strong, and he had many trump cards. Although he had endless methods and even released his golden core phenomenons, they were all defeated by Su Zimo. This was not an upper hand, but a crushing. On the battlefield, the distance between them closed rapidly. Yi Tianqing narrowed his eyes and took out a pitch-black mountain from his storage bag unhurriedly, charging towards Su Zimo. The mountain peak expanded and shone with beams of light. That mountain was a perfect dermic weapon. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as his glabella shone and a green lotus platform flew out. Compared to the black mountain peak, the green lotus platform looked incomparably tiny. However, when the two collided, an earth-shaking sound exploded. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the perfect dermic weapon on the peak was shattered by the green lotus platform. Pissed, the crowd was shocked. A perfect grade, perfected Lord dermic weapon was destroyed just like that. Even a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon would not be able to achieve such terrifying lethality. It's the creation green lotus. Right then, a void reversion of the Buddhist sect exclaimed as he recognized the origin of the green lotus platform. Heavens! The creation green lotus has already been resurrected and has grown to grade 5. How did this person manage to do it? That's way too scary. With the creation green lotus in hand, whose dermic weapon can compete against it. The Buddhist monks were shocked. The mountain peak exploded. Amidst the flying sand and rocks, Yi Tiancheng's figure suddenly flashed and lunged over with a stone hammer in his hands. He seemed to have expected that the mountain peak would not be able to stop Su Zimo. The stone hammer looked ordinary and rough. However, it gave off an extremely ancient aura as though it came from the primordial era. Shatter! Yi Tiancheng raised his arm and smashed it towards Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo's expression changed, and the creation green lotus tore through the void, colliding against the stone hammer. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The stone hammer flew out of his hands. The creation green lotus was sent flying as well, turning into a streak of green light and falling into the crowd. Yi Tiancheng shuddered, and his eyes shone with disbelief. Although the stone hammer in his hands did not have any dermic patterns, it had a powerful origin and could even smash a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. He had not expected that the collision with the creation green lotus would cause him to lose his grip and have the stone hammer fly out of his hands. Su Zimo was surprised as well. A grade 5 creation green lotus was already comparable to a connate Dao being dermic weapon. He had not expected that the stone hammer would not shatter. Of course, that did not affect the entire situation. Yi Tiancheng was slightly stunned, but Su Zimo did not hesitate at all. He strode forward and extended his palm, clenching it into a fist and punching towards Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng snapped out of his stupor and punched back without fear. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat when the fists clashed. Yi Tiancheng grunted and his expression changed. His physique was definitely not weak, and he was only a step away from cultivating tsunami blood as well. Unexpectedly, his fist nearly shattered after exchanging a single punch with Su Zimo. The pain was unbearable. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. Yi Tiancheng, you're still far from Di'in. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the two of them fought. Because Su Zimo could not use the blood chi of the demon race, he was disadvantaged in melee combat and was suppressed by Di'in. He had no choice but to release his dermic arts to counterattack before he managed to recover. But now Su Zimo had suppressed Yi Tiancheng with just his physical strength, without even activating his bloodline. Not necessarily. Yi Tiancheng's voice was cold as a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. Immediately after, his eyes shone with a strange fluctuation that seemed as though the entire world was spinning. Time went haywire and space was distorted. Two beams of light shot out from Yi Tiancheng's eyes and collided in midair, forming a gigantic wheel that crushed over slowly, as though it wanted to engulf the entire world. This wheel encompassed everything, as though it could turn the 5 elements inside out, throw yin and yang into chaos and turn the universe upside down, causing all living beings to fall into reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation. It was one of the ancient visual techniques. The two of them were extremely close, and there was no way the visual technique could be dodged. The cultivators were moved. Nobody expected that at this point of the battle, when Yi Tiancheng was about to suffer a crushing defeat, he would counterattack and release the Eye of Reincarnation. Visual techniques were the hardest to cultivate. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had only encountered 2 or 3 paragons with visual techniques. To think that Chaos Essence sect would possess 2 of them! It was normal for cultivators with visual techniques to be invincible among their peers. Visual techniques could be released instantly and unexpectedly. These attacks were almost always fatal. Even if his opponent could react, he might not be able to defend against it. Even if he could defend against it, he would have to exhaust his mental strength. At this moment, the cultivator could take advantage of the situation and kill his opponent. Lung Ro and the others were shocked. They knew that Su Zimo knew of an extremely terrifying visual technique as well. Back when Su Zimo was fighting against the God Race experts, he had already released this sort of visual technique and gained the upper hand. However, that was the Illumination Dragon Eye. Once released, it would expose the fact that he was a demon. If Dao Lord Lanyu interfered, Su Zimo might even die here, let alone be able to kill Yi Tianqing. In the blink of an eye, a dense cluster of flying swords appeared in Su Zimo's right eye. They were tiny and exquisite, resembling needles. The needles were none other than the 36 flying swords conjured by the Illumination Stone. In the blink of an eye, the 36 flying swords had already formed the Illumination Sword Formation and shot out from Su Zimo's right eye. Chapter 958, Undefeatable. Chapter 958, Undefeatable. Because there were Dharma characteristics present at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, Su Zimo had not used any techniques of the demon race, as well as his second essence, spirit, the entire time. Otherwise, Yi Tianqing might not be able to last more than 10 moves if Su Zimo released his full cultivation. It was the same now. In a battle of visual techniques, Su Zimo chose not to use the Illumination Dragon Eye. Instead, he released the Illumination Sword Formation. The flying swords that were made from the Illumination Stone complemented the sword formation perfectly, unleashing its might to its limits. Clang! Clang! The sword formation formed by the 36 flying swords vibrated and buzzed, forming a bedazzling sword beam that slashed towards the incoming wheel. Boom! A deafening bang sounded when the two powers collided. Instantly, the sword formation dispersed, and the 36 flying swords turned into sword lights that returned to Su Zimo's right eye. Little Grand Uncle Master lost. Ru Xian and the others felt their hearts clench and had worried expressions on their faces. Many cultivators were watching the battlefield intently as well. The wheel of Yi Tianqing's visual technique hovered in midair, silent and motionless. All of a sudden, cracks appeared on the gigantic wheel of the visual technique, and it shone with an endless light. It was sharp and almost engulfed Yi Tianqing. Ah! Yi Tianqing let out a tragic cry. His eyes were filled with unbearable pain, and 2 streams of blood flowed out, looking extremely gruesome. His clothes were shredded by the sword qi as well, revealing a dark golden inner armor that shone with 5 lights. It was a perfect-grade defensive dermic weapon. If not for that defensive dermic weapon, Yi Tianqing's body would have been torn apart. What are you 9 beasts waiting for? Kill him! Yi Tianqing had a mournful expression as he pointed in Su Zimo's direction with bloodshot eyes. Roar! The 9 WRMS that were initially on the ground let out a furious roar as demonic qi surged. Their bodies expanded as they broke free from the chains and soared into the air, revealing their sharp claws as they charged towards Su Zimo. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. Yi Tianqing's crushing defeat was already beyond most people's expectations. Unexpectedly, he was indignant after his defeat and ordered his 9 WRMS to surround his opponent. Yi Tianqing was the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking and was known as the number 1 perfected lord. He could not lose. In order to kill Su Zimo, he had already resorted to unscrupulous means. He no longer cared about his reputation. What are you guys doing? Furious, Ru Xian stood out right away and hollered. Dao Bing Yuding had a stern expression as he turned to look at Dao Lord Lanyu and said in a deep voice, Senior Lanyu, aren't you going to stop it? Are you going to allow Yi Tianqing to bully with numbers? Pretty sister, sect master. Little Fatty protested hurriedly. What's up with Yi Tianqing having 9 WRMS to help him? It's time to put your demon revealing mirror to use. Hurry and use it to reflect them. You're wrong. Chaos essence sex void reversion, Dao being sneered. This isn't the Paragon battle. This is a personal feud, and there's no such thing as bullying in numbers. Dao being Chi Guy of Zephyr Thunder Palace said, Although the 9 WIRMS are demons, they're the mounts of Yi Tianqing and are a part of his strength. It's reasonable for them to help him fight. What you guys said makes sense. Let's continue watching. Dao, Lord Lan, you said indifferently. Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and everyone else from 100 Refinement sect were enraged. Everyone could tell that Dao Lord Lan Yu was biased. Master Yu. Lung Ro hesitated and looked at Dao Lord Lan Yu with disappointment. Dao Lord Lan Yu ignored her. This was a cultivator without any backing. Furthermore, he had offended several supersections. The other cultivator had a super sect backing him and an even more terrifying monster, incarnate senior brother, with limitless potential. It was clear which side to support. This is bad. Snowdrift Valley's paragon, Ling Bai, shook his head. The 9 WIRMS combined are equivalent to 9 paragons. Furthermore, one of them is a mid-level fiend demon. You underestimate him. Fairy Luo Shui smiled indifferently. The show has just begun. On the battlefield, standing in midair, Su Zimo's green robes fluttered as he looked at the 9 incoming WIRMS with a mocking gaze. In Thousand Demon Valley, there were countless mid-level fiend demons that died in his hands. Su Zimo conjured hand seals and opened his mouth once more. Ma. Daming mantra was released. At the same time, Su Zimo conjured a dermic seal with the daming mantra. Boom! A gigantic golden palm descended from the skies, blotting out the skies and emitting an endless might. It shone brightly as though it could subdue all demons. Demon subduing seal. The first 3 dermic seals of the daming dermic seal with a fiend suppression seal, demon subduing seal, and immortal trap seal. Every single seal was targeted. For example, the fiend suppression seal was the most effective against fiend cultivators. The demon subduing seal had the greatest effect on demons. Su Zimo cultivated a top cultivation technique of the Buddhist monasteries, and his essence spirit was condensed with immense dermic powers. Coupled with the Mingwang prayer beads and daming mantra, even Yi Tianqing might not be able to defend against this top-tier Buddhist dermic art, let alone the 9 WIRMS. The moment the 9 WIRMS charged forward, they were suppressed by the gigantic palm. Only a mid-level fiend demon WIRM broke free from the power of the demon's subduing seal and charged forward with widened eyes. In a flash, Su Zimo turned into a purple streak of lightning and arrived beside the WIRM in an instant. The burst of the lightning escape technique was shockingly fast. The WIRM's body was massive, and although it was ferocious, it was relatively clumsy, and it was too late to turn around. Come on down! Grabbing the WIRM's tail, Su Zimo hollered and swung his arm, smashing it against the ground. Boom! The ground quaked violently. More than half of the WIRM's body was smashed into the ground, and it was covered in wounds. Its tendons and bones were broken, and its head was bleeding. It no longer had its previous arrogance. Pissed. This power. 800 years ago, there was a rumor that he was invincible in melee combat. The legend is true. All the cultivators widened their eyes in shock. How was this a cultivator? Even the top pure-blooded ferocious beasts were suppressed by his body. This person was even fiercer than ferocious beasts. Perfected Lord Panglan's eyes revealed a deep fear as well. He realized that he could not get close to Su Zimo. Although Heavenly Dipper sect specialized in body tempering and his physique was not weak, it was no different from paper in Su Zimo's hands. Even so, perfected Lord Panglan had no intention of retreating. He sneered coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. No matter what, Yi Tianqing was at early stage nascent soul. He had expended a lot of dermic powers in the fight earlier on, and his essence spirit was weak. Using this opportunity, He hurriedly consumed a large number of elixirs. Yi Tiancheng had just caught his breath and was about to charge forward when he realized that his 9 WYRMS had already been crushed by Su Zimo. You. Yi Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat as fear filled his eyes for the first time. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had encountered countless strong foes and had yet to be defeated. Although he had been through multiple life and death situations and was on the brink of death, he had never felt fear in his heart. But right now Yi Tiancheng was afraid. The cultivator with delicate features looked like a man-eating, ferocious beast. That seemingly frail body seemed to contain a terrifying power that could shake the world and suppress all living beings. This man is undefeatable. That was the only thought that remained in Yi Tiancheng's mind. Chapter 959 Die. Chapter 959 Die. Looking at Su Zimo's indifferent gaze, Yi Tiancheng felt fear and took half a step back instinctively. With that half a step back, Yi Tiancheng's aura dissipated instantly. You're finished. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside Yi Tiancheng the moment he said his last word. Without any unnecessary movements, he punched out, and the bloodline in his body surged with a torrential sound. Tsunami blood. Su Zimo released the power of his bloodline with that punch. Yi Tiancheng's expression changed. Under the envelopment of the power of that punch, he felt as though he was about to be drowned without a corpse left. At this critical moment of life and death, Yi Tiancheng roared and released his bloodline at the same time. Dermic powers surged within his body as he countered with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Yi Tiancheng's fist. Under countless gazes, his fist was deformed and his flesh was mangled. His broken bones were exposed in a frightening manner. His entire arm could not withstand the power of that punch, and his perfect-grade inner armor shattered as his flesh exploded into a mist of blood. Su Zimo's bloodline was way too terrifying. Now that he had activated his bloodline, the might of his punch was frightening. Yi Tiancheng let out a tragic cry as his features contorted in pain. The veins on his neck popped and he staggered backwards. A single punch was all it took to injure Yi Tiancheng severely. Even if he survived, his arm would be completely crippled. I'll take your life within 3 moves. Su Zimo hollered and extended his palm, slapping down on the top of Yi Tiancheng's head. Even if he was in his peak condition, Yi Tiancheng could not escape from Su Zimo's pursuit. Now that he was severely injured and his movement speed was reduced, there was naturally no way he could dodge. He could only raise his other arm to defend. Bang! Although the palm strike seemed light, it snapped Yi Tiancheng's arm. The power of that palm was not expended and continued pressing down, landing on Yi Tiancheng's chest. Piak! Through the thick inner armor, Yi Tiancheng's chest suddenly caved in. Yi Tiancheng's face turned blood red as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed and he used his last bit of strength to let out a tragic cry. Save me! A beam of light flew out from the top of Yi Tiancheng's head towards Chaos Essence Sect's camp. It was his essence spirit. Yi Tiancheng was extremely decisive and knew that he would definitely die if he did not abandon his body at this distance. Given his condition, there was no way he could escape from Su Zimo's pursuit with his battered body. He could only escape this calamity by using the speed of his essence spirit. The crowd was shocked when they saw that. On the one hand, it was because the outcome of the battle had been decided and Yi Tiancheng was already forced into such an embarrassing situation. On the other hand, in this battle, dermic powers surged and energy shot in all directions. It was equivalent to committing suicide for a nascent soul's essence, spirit, to leave their body. However, right after, To everyone's surprise, Yi Tiancheng's essence, spirit, traveled through the chaotic battlefield at an extremely fast speed and was completely safe. His essence spirit was shrouded by a layer of gray fog, as though it could withstand the astral wind. Chaos Essence Sect had a top-notch spirit refinement technique that could allow one's essence spirit to cultivate Chaos Essence Qi at the nascent soul realm. Although he was only at early stage nascent soul realm, Yi Tiancheng's essence spirit could behave like the essence spirit of a void reversion. It could leave the body and roam the universe. At the same time, he sought help from Chaos Essence Sect, hoping that the sect's void reversions would be able to stop Su Zimo and resolve this crisis. Yi Tiancheng's plan was not bad. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Zimo. Oh, his essence spirit can leave his body? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and said indifferently, however, it's useless. It was already not easy for an early-stage nascent soul to be able to eject their essence spirits. Back then, Su Zimo had only managed to reach this stage thanks to the creation Green Lotus. If Yi Tiancheng were to cultivate to late-stage nascent soul realm and was on par with Su Zimo, it would take a lot of effort to kill him. However, there was no doubt that Su Zimo would be able to crush him in today's battle. Chaos Essence Sect's void reversion leaped into the air hurriedly and conjured hand seals, preparing to release dermic arts to save Yi Tiancheng. However, a streak of lightning flashed past his eyes. Swash! It was too fast. Before he could react, another person appeared before him. Su Zimo. A pair of wings formed from dermic powers behind him dissipated slowly. With the burst of ethereal wings and lightning escape, Su Zimo arrived first and grabbed Yi Tiancheng's essence, spirit, in his palm. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The void reversion of Chaos Essence Sect had yet to form his dermic art. The void reversion of Chaos Essence Sect was shocked and retreated 2 steps. Even he was afraid of being closed in by Su Zimo. The other Chaos Essence Sect cultivators were even more flustered and retreated. You can't kill me. Yi Tiancheng's voice sounded from Su Zimo's palm. He was fierce on the outside, but cowardly on the inside. Everyone looked over. In Su Zimo's palm, there was a gigantic ball of dermic power. Yi Tiancheng's essence, spirit, was trapped within and could not move at all, looking extremely terrified. Su Zimo, release him. The void reversion of Chaos Essence Sect reacted and shouted. Yi Tiancheng's essence spirit was in Su Zimo's palm and could be crushed with a single thought. He was cautious and did not dare to act rashly. Taking a deep breath of air, Dao Lord Lanyu stood up slowly and said in a deep voice, Su Zimo, since the outcome has been decided, let him go. Fu! A mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Turning around, he looked at the high and mighty Dao Lord Lanyu and asked instead, if I were in Yi Tiancheng's position, would you plead for me, Sect Master Lanyu? Dao Lord Lanyu's expression darkened. It was clearly stated that the fight between Su Zimo and Yi Tiancheng was a personal feud and had nothing to do with Thousand Crane Sect. However, if Yi Tiancheng could be saved, Chaos Essence Sect would owe the savior a favor. In Dao Lord Lanyu's heart, if it was as Su Zimo said, she would definitely not plead for mercy on behalf of Su Zimo and offend super sects like Chaos Essence Sect if the latter was in the same position. Suppressing the rage in her heart, Dao Lord Lanyu said sternly, Junior, I've been through this before. Let me give you a piece of advice. You're too sharp and fearless. You'll definitely get yourself killed in the future. Killed. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. I've been burdened with a lot of troubles to begin with. I don't mind adding one more to the list. Su Zimo, there's no deep hatred between us. It's merely the title of the number 1 perfected lord. I'll let you have it. Why, you don't have to kill me. Yi Tiancheng was scared out of his wits as he begged for mercy with a trembling voice filled with endless fear. The cultivators sighed. The number one of the phenomenon ranking and the number one perfected lord of Middle Continent had fallen to such a state. It was truly a pity. Not many people could remain calm in the face of death. Yi Tiancheng, I wouldn't even be bothered to fight if it's just for the title of the number one perfected lord. Su Zimo's gaze shifted as he glared at the essence spirit in his palm and said coldly, However, of all things, you shouldn't have harbored designs on Lung Ro. Yi Tiancheng's heart turned cold when he heard that. Su Zimo had already raised his head and looked at everyone from Chaos Essence Sect, saying coldly, Since Dean wants to lure me out, I'll give him a huge gift today. Die. Su Zimo clenched his fist. Yi Tiancheng's essence spirit was crushed and destroyed on the spot. Chapter 960, Spirit Consciousness Attack. Chapter 960, Spirit Consciousness Attack. Instantly, the mystic courtyard fell into silence. When they saw that, everyone opened their mouths slightly with conflicted expressions and could not calm down for a long time. Dead. Yi Tiancheng, a number one of the phenomenon ranking who was lauded as the number one perfected lord of the Middle Continent, one of the two paragons of Chaos Essence Sect, was killed right in front of everybody just like that. Apart from shock, everyone felt emotional. This was the cultivation world. So what if he was a paragon? So what if he was a monster incarnate? There was still a danger of being killed if he did not stand at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. A paragon that died prematurely would eventually be forgotten. It wouldn't take too long, probably 100 years, before most people forget who Yi Tiancheng was. He was too young. He rose like a comet and had only been famous for a few decades. To think that he would meet an even more terrifying monster incarnate and end up in such a state. Everyone knew that Yi Tiancheng deserved to die. The reason why he came to propose marriage was to force little Fatty, Ji Qingtian, Shi Jian, and the other old friends of Su Zimo to appear so that he could kill them one by one. However, Yi Tiancheng did not expect that instead of luring a snake out of its cave, he lured a dragon instead. Jian Wuzong looked at the center of the battlefield at the cultivator in his seemingly plain green robes, with a hint of fear in his eyes. It was only at that moment that he truly understood why Hang Qiyu did not dare to attack that person. He recalled the 2 times he attacked that person and felt a sense of trepidation. Nobody would object to the description that this man was decisive to kill and was sharp and fearless. Even a monster incarnate like Yi Tiancheng, who had such a background, status, and fame, was killed just like that. There was no hesitation at all. However, Jian Wuzong refused to believe that this person was bloodthirsty. That was because he was still alive. He had attacked that person twice, but was still alive. Dao, Lord Lanyu, had an ugly expression. She had not expected that Su Zimo would kill Yi Tiancheng right here without giving her any face. The return of this man is going to cause a bloodbath in the cultivation world again. Is he declaring war on Di'in? Di'in is now at Void Reversion Realm. Although his combat strength is strong, he's a major cultivation realm weaker than Di'in. Isn't that a little arrogant? Gradually, discussions broke out in the crowd. No matter what, there should be no doubt about the title of the number one perfected lord. That's right. He's probably the only one qualified to drink the last cup of supreme grade mystic tea. Sure. A cold beam tore through the air and pierced towards the back of Su Zimo's head, arriving instantly. Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly attacked without any warning. When the cold light was about to pierce Su Zimo's head, a voice sounded. You'll have to get through me if you want to drink supreme grade mystic tea. He attacked first before speaking. This was a complete ambush. Furthermore, that person's dermic powers were terrifying, and 6 dermic patterns shone on his flying sword. It was a connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon with shocking lethality. He did not hold back on this attack at all. Shing! Right in front of everyone, the flying sword pierced through Su Zimo's head. However, no blood splattered. Everyone focused their gazes. Su Zimo, who was penetrated by the flying sword, was gradually dissipating into nothingness. However, the real Su Zimo had already dodged to the side. Because his speed was too fast, the figure left in his original position was just an afterimage. If it was anyone else, they might not have been able to dodge that sword. However, Su Zimo possessed the unfathomable spirit perception. The moment the flying sword was released, he had already dodged it. The flying sword spun in midair and turned into a streak of light, returning to a cultivator of heavenly Dipper sect. It was perfected Lord Panglon who had attacked. You have a death wish. Su Zimo looked at perfected Lord Panglon coldly. Fu. Perfected Lord Panglon smiled gently. Yi Tiancheng is just a young lad who's still wet behind the ears. I don't take him seriously at all. Do you think that you're the #1 perfected lord after killing Yi Tiancheng? Su Zimo no longer wanted to listen to perfected Lord Panglan's nonsense and walked towards the ladder. A shuddering malevolent aura surged over. Perfected Lord Panglan felt that he was not facing a cultivator, but an ancient demon whose hands were stained with endless blood. His heart skipped a beat. No matter what, the melee combat strength that Su Zimo displayed earlier on still terrified him. He must not be closed in. You're the one with a death wish. Perfected Lord Panglon roared, and his glabella shone with an incomparably tyrannical power as his spirit consciousness surged forth. A spirit consciousness attack. This was an ability that cultivators possessed after cultivating to the void reversion realm. By advancing and condensing their essence spirits further, their essence spirits could leave their bodies and roam the world. This was an ability that was only available after they were at that level. Normally, void reversions could crush nascent souls, apart from the increase in strength of their dermic powers. Spiritual consciousness attacks were also the most direct method for void reversions to suppress nascent souls. Not every void reversion knew essence, spirit, secret skills. However, every void reversion could use spirit consciousness attacks. The crowd was shocked when they sensed the energy fluctuation. Perfected Lord Panglon is already able to release a spirit consciousness attack at perfected nascent soul realm. No wonder he did not take Yi Tiancheng seriously. This is his greatest trump card. No matter how terrifying Su Zimo's physique is and how strong he is in melee combat, he won't be able to defend against spirit consciousness attacks. As expected of the top of the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago, he saw through Su Zimo's weakness with a single glance. Su Zimo is doomed. Perfected Lord Panglon became excited when he heard the discussions around him. Yi Tiancheng and Su Zimo would be his stepping stones from this day forth. This is your trump card. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded calmly. Perfected Lord Panglon suddenly felt uneasy. There was no panic or fear in Su Zimo's eyes. There was only calmness and a hint of mockery. A spirit consciousness attack. Su Zimo smirked and said slowly, I can do it too. The moment he said that, raging tides surged within his consciousness. The black-haired essence spirit stood in the air, and his black hair danced, crackling with lightning. Sanskrit echoed in his consciousness, vast and sacred, lasting for a long time. The top 2 cultivation techniques of Purple Thunder Manual and Great Day Rilai Sutra were already pushed to their limits. An even more terrifying spirit consciousness burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella to meet perfected Lord Panglan's spirit consciousness attack head-on. Boom! The 2 spirit consciousnesses collided with a deafening bang. Ripples of air currents appeared in the void and surged in all directions, toppling the cultivators at the front. Perfected Lord Panglan's eyes were filled with endless shock, and he was dumbfounded. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to release a spirit consciousness attack as well. Furthermore, it was even more ferocious and terrifying than his spirit consciousness attack. Before long, Perfected Lord Panglan's spirit consciousness was shattered and dispersed. The remnant spirit consciousness surged into Perfected Lord Panglan's consciousness. Chapter 961. I think you're tired of living. Chapter 961. I think you're tired of living. Perfected Lord Panglan shuddered and cried out in pain. He hugged his head with both hands and curled his body as though he was enduring immense pain. The crowd was astonished. If everybody was shocked when Perfected Lord Panglan released the spirit consciousness attack, Su Zimo's counterattack was absolutely mind-blowing. Perfected Lord Panglan had cultivated for hundreds of years and was half a step into the void reversion realm. It was only logical for his cultivation to be at this level. However, Su Zimo was only slightly older than 100 years old and was at late-stage nascent soul realm. How could his essence spirit be so terrifying? In fact, his essence spirit was so condensed that it was able to release spirit consciousness attacks. What was even more frightening was that Perfected Lord Panglan was clearly defeated in that clash of spirit consciousnesses. In reality, the moment Su Zimo entered nascent soul realm, he was already able to release spirit consciousness attacks by fusing his two essence spirits together. By the time he cultivated to late-stage nascent soul, his two essence spirits were pure and condensed enough on their own without fusion. The black-haired essence spirit cultivated two top-tier immortal and Buddhist cultivation techniques. Not only that, there was also the nourishment of the creation, green lotus. To Su Zimo, it was only normal that his spirit consciousness attack could suppress Perfected Lord Panglan's spirit consciousness. Perfected Lord Panglan had a splitting headache as wounds appeared on his essence spirit. Essence spirit injuries were the hardest to heal from. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of regret. He struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, Su Zimo would not give him another chance. After the spirit consciousness attack, Su Zimo's figure flashed and arrived before Perfected Lord Panglan in the blink of an eye. He extended his finger and tapped on the latter's glabella gently. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on Perfected Lord Panglan's glabella. His essence spirit was completely destroyed. Another monster incarnate had died. The number one of the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago, an existence that was half a step into the void reversion realm, died right in front of countless cultivators. He died even faster than Yi Tiancheng. That was the danger of a clash of spirit consciousnesses. Even if one's essence spirit was not destroyed at the first moment, it was easy for them to be shaken. They would not be able to recover in time, and their opponents might seize the momentum to kill them. Therefore, most of the time, cultivators would fight and kill one another. It was rare for them to use spirit consciousness attacks or essence, spirit, secret skills right away. This was equivalent to a life and death battle that happened in an instant. Nobody was confident of winning. Furthermore, even if they won, if their essence spirits were injured in the process, it would lead to endless trouble. It was not worth it at all. Yi Tiancheng and Perfected Lord Panglan, two paragons and two former number, one of the phenomenon ranking, fell one after another. Suddenly, a strange killing intent filled the mystic courtyard. The void reversions of Chaos Essence Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword Sect, and Hellfire Hall exchanged glances. Although the 5 void reversions were expressionless, their spirit consciousnesses were communicating secretly. Waving his hand, Su Zimo put away the mystic magnet mountain and the 49 perfected Lord flying swords that were suppressed beneath. Unfortunately, he did not manage to obtain perfected Lord Panglan and Yi Tiancheng's storage bags. The mysterious stone hammer of Yi Tiancheng was also put away by Chaos Essence sect cultivators long ago. However, perfected Lord Panglan's connate perfected Lord Flying Sword did land in Su Zimo's hands. Without hesitation, Su Zimo gave the flying sword to Ji Qingtian. He had the creation Green Lotus, and dermic weapons like the flying sword would not increase his combat strength by much. He might as well give it to his best friend. This scene made many nascent souls envious once again. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had given out 2 connate perfected Lord dermic weapons and a supreme grade mystic tea. Any one of them would cause one's eyes to turn red, and many cultivators would fight over it. Ji Qingtian knew that the reason why he was hunted down by Di Yin several dozen years ago and survived barely was because of his relationship with Su Zimo. This was something that Su Zimo felt guilty about. Now that Su Zimo was back, he wanted to make up for the guilt he felt using this connate dermic weapon. Ji Qingtian pondered for a moment and did not decline. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to a monk of formless monastery and said indifferently, "Hand it over." It was a void reversion monk with the Dao title Xianming. The crowd was stunned. Everyone could not understand why Su Zimo would suddenly turn towards the Buddhist sections. Right from the beginning, the Buddhist monks did nothing. Could it be that Su Zimo was already arrogant to the point where he looked down on everyone? Monk Xianming lowered his gaze and asked without looking at Su Zimo, "Patron Su, what are you talking about? Even within the Buddhist sects, there are monks as sleazy as you." Su Zimo sneered coldly with a mocking gaze. "Patron, watch your words. Who are you talking about? How has our formless monastery offended you?" Many monks of formless monastery glared at him. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he glared at Monk Xianming and asked again, "Monk, does that mean that you want to play dumb with me? Please explain, Patron Su." Monk Xianming was still expressionless and calm. Well. Su Zimo nodded. "Since you want to pretend, I'll let you suffer. Break it." Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he hollered, "Xing." The group of cultivators were still confused and only heard the sound of clothes tearing. However, they saw green rays of light burst forth from Monk Xianming's robes. A green lotus platform appeared and broke out of Monk Xianming's storage bag. The creation green lotus. Everyone opened their mouths slightly as realization dawned on them. During the battle between Su Zimo and Yi Tiancheng earlier on, the creation green lotus collided against the mysterious stone hammer. The creation green lotus fell into the crowd, but before Su Zimo could retrieve it, Monk Xianming of Formless Monastery had hidden it. Poof! The creation green lotus spun slowly and caused wounds to appear on Monk Xianming's waist as blood flowed. In the blink of an eye, his robes were stained. Monk Xianming grunted and took half a step back. How could his body withstand the power of the creation green lotus? The creation green lotus wanted to tear through the air, but Monk Xianming hurriedly took out a wooden fish to suppress it. He channeled his dermic powers and injected them into the wooden fish. The wooden fish shone brightly and pinned the creation green lotus in midair, rendering it immobile. "Monk, do you think that I wouldn't be able to sense it because you placed a seal on your storage bag?" Su Zimo sneered. "The creation green lotus is my destiny dermic weapon and has been nurtured for 100 years. How can a monk with evil intentions like you lay a finger on it?" When Monk Xianming saw that he could no longer continue with his disguise, he decided to throw caution to the wind and said in a deep voice, "Junior, don't slander me. The creation green lotus is a sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries to begin with. Since it has reappeared, it should be returned to its owner, to our Buddhist sects." He was being unreasonable. Dao Bing Yuding frowned and was about to step in to negotiate when Su Zimo's expression darkened completely. He recalled Demonist Ji's words about the difference between immortals and fiends. Those of the fiend sex would fight for anything openly. As for the cultivators of the immortal sex, they would fight for it as well. However, they would do it in secret by casting accusations upon those from the fiend sections. Right now, not only did this Buddhist monk Xianming want to snatch his creation Green Lotus, he was even acting completely righteous about it. How dare you try to snatch something of mine? Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said slowly, I think you're tired of living. Chapter 962, Fatal Trap. Chapter 962, Fatal Trap. The cultivators were moved. Was he threatening a void reversion? After killing Yi Tiancheng and perfected Lord Panglon consecutively, Su Zimo's combat strength had already surpassed all the nascent soul paragons present. But now the fact that Su Zimo said something like that to avoid reversion of the Buddhist sects shocked everyone. Isn't Su Zimo way too arrogant? He's actually threatening a void reversion. He must be getting cocky after killing 2 paragons in succession. He's just overestimating himself at this point. Normally, given Su Zimo's combat strength, he would definitely be able to challenge void reversions across major realms. However, this is the successor of Formless Monastery of the Buddhist monasteries and not an ordinary void reversion. He has just gone through 2 major battles and has expended a lot of stamina and mental strength. If he still dares to provoke a void reversion at this moment, he's asking to be humiliated. Boom! The ground shook. Just as the crowd was in doubt, Su Zimo had already attacked. He was not threatening the void reversion. He chose to attack the latter directly. Su Zimo's feet landed on the ground and he charged forward. There was a sonic boom behind him and he arrived before Monk Xianming in the blink of an eye. Let go! Su Zimo flipped his palm and smashed down on the head of Monk Xianming with a terrifying might, covering the skies. Audacious! Back down! Among the 6 Buddhist monasteries, the 3 major monasteries of the Middle Continent had arrived and were standing together. When Hollow Monastery and Wisdom Monastery saw Monk Xianming being attacked, they shouted without hesitation and struck one after another. Hollow Finger. Wisdom Palm. There was a finger attack and palm strike. Formless Dermic Seal. Monk Xianming harumphed coldly. Unhurriedly, he conjured a Dermic Seal with both hands and smashed it toward Su Zimo. The 3 void reversion monks retaliated at the same time with terrifying strength and torrential dermic powers. It was a frightening sight. Fufu! Su Zimo was the one who was courting death. He can't blame anyone. To think that he would dare to take the initiative against a void reversion. Fufu! He truly thinks too highly of himself and doesn't take the heroes of the world seriously. He probably did not expect himself to be attacked by 3 void reversions. Some shook their heads, some sneered, some gloated, and some were worried. Master, what are you waiting for? Lung Ro turned around and questioned Dao Lord Lan Yu loudly. Dao Lord Lan Yu's gaze flickered. Just as she was about to raise her hand, she pondered for a moment and closed her eyes. In the end, she did not interfere. This meant that Dao Lord Lan Yu had tacitly agreed to the 3 void reversions ganging up on Su Zimo. Dao Bing Yuding was quite a distance away from the Buddhist monasteries, and it was a little too late for him to help. Right then, the situation on the battlefield changed. Dao being Qi Gai of Zephyr Thunder Palace, as well as the void reversions of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, Hellfire Hall, and Heavenly Dipper Sect, who were watching the battle from not far away, rose at the same time. The 5 void reversions remained silent with cold expressions as beams of light shone from their glabella. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness burst forth, condensing into sabers, swords and spears in midair before smashing toward Su Zimo. Instantly, the void trembled and ripples appeared one after another. Pissed, the crowd's expressions changed when they saw that. The 5 void reversions attacked at the same time. Furthermore, they did not test the waters by getting close to Suzimo or using any dermic arts. Instead, they released essence, spirit, secret skills right away. A fatal trap. The void reversions had used essence, spirit, secret skills against a nascent soul. Furthermore, 5 void reversions attacked at the same time. This was equivalent to not giving Suzimo any chance to survive or retaliate. They wanted him dead. It was a fatal trap. This was much more terrifying than the spirit consciousness attack released by perfected Lord Panglon earlier on. A single essence spirit secret skill was enough to kill perfected Lord Panglan's essence spirit, let alone 5 at the same time. The timing of the 5 void reversions was perfect. They had waited for this opportunity for a long time. That was because there were 3 void reversions of the Buddhist monasteries attacking Suzimo, attracting his full attention. To be more precise, this was a hopeless situation. 8 void reversions working together to kill a nascent soul was something that had never happened in history. Fairy Luo Shui of Snowdrift Valley was enraged and stood up with a shocked expression. By now, it was too late for her to help. The only person who could stop everything was Dao, Lord Lanyu. However, she closed her eyes at that moment. The crowd fell silent at the sight of that. So what if he was the number 1 perfected lord? It was just as Dao, Lord Lanyu had said, if one's edge was too sharp, it was easy to die. The thought of the fact that 3 people who were on the top of the phenomenon rankings would die here today was rather ironical. However, who would have thought that the 1,000 crane tea party that was held once every 1,000 years would become the burial ground of these monster incarnates? Just as everyone was lamenting internally, Suzimo, who was in the center of the storm, retracted his palm. His gaze was as deep as the sea, and he was frighteningly calm. His black hair fluttered without wind. In the blink of an eye, strands of scarlet hair were mixed in between his black hair. Suzimo's eyes turned scarlet and black respectively. Crackle. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Suzimo's body. His body expanded and rose. A shuddering aura of destruction emanated from his body. It was savage and primitive, as though it came from the primordial era. Demonic chi surged, and a torrential ferocity engulfed the world. Suzimo's clothes were torn, and scarlet scales appeared on the surface of his skin, like metal plates that were burning red. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they were the doors and windows to hell. Heavens, what sort of monster is that? Why can't I circulate my bloodline? What bloodline does this person have that's suppressing my bloodline? Is that a dragon? The group of cultivators trembled with endless fear in their eyes. Fairy Luo Shui, Hang Chuyu, and the others shuddered. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, they witnessed Suzimo transforming into a dragon and were extremely shocked. It was also because of his dragonification that Suzimo was able to kill the god race completely. But now the Suzimo before them was even more frightening than the existence who turned into a dragon in Myriad Phenomenon City 100 years ago. Someone's going to die. Almost at the same time, Fairy Luo Shui, Hang Chuyu, and the others murmured. In Suzimo's consciousness, the 2 essence spirits had already fused into one. Since the 8 void reversions attacked at the same time, he could not care less and could only fuse his essence spirit to defend against this fatal trap. The attacks of the 5 void reversions from Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, and Hellfire Hall had triggered the killing intent in his heart entirely. Since Dao Lord Lanyu wanted to feign ignorance, nobody could blame him for going on a massacre. Chapter 963, One Punch. Chapter 963, One Punch. Although the void reversions of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Chaos Essence Sect, and the other 3 sects attacked later, Essence Spirit secret skills were instantaneous, and their attacks were the first to arrive. After his dragonification, Su Zimo activated the Mingwang prayer beads right away. Buzz! His left wrist shone with bedazzling golden lights that enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering golden barrier appeared around him, and ancient, mysterious Sanskrit appeared. It was flawless and divine. Essence, Spirit, Dharmic Weapon. The eyes of Tao being Qi Gai and the others focused. Among Dharmic weapons, Essence, Spirit, Dharmic weapons were the rarest. Furthermore, based on their judgment, the Dharmic weapon on Su Zimo's wrist was of an extremely high grade and was a rare treasure for them. Greed flashed through their eyes at the same time. Su Zimo had way too many treasures on him. After killing that lad and seizing his treasures, there would definitely be a fierce battle. The Creation Green Lotus had already fallen into the hands of the Buddhist monasteries. They had to get their hands on the remaining treasures. Bang! 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 The moment the golden barrier was formed, the spirit consciousness released by the 5 essence, spirit, secret skills descended. Any later, and Su Zimo would have been killed by the 5 spirit consciousnesses. The golden barrier trembled and the Sanskrit dimmed. The 2 different energies froze for a split second, and the golden barrier exploded instantaneously. However, the power of the 5 spirit consciousnesses was halved as well. Swoosh! The remnant of the 5 spirit consciousnesses shot into Su Zimo's glabella right away. The 5 void reversions sneered internally when they saw that. So what if he had an essence, spirit, dharmic weapon? His cultivation realm was not high enough, and he could not unleash the true power of the dharmic weapon. Furthermore, this was an essence, spirit, secret skill, released by the 5 of them together. Even if the essence, spirit, dharmic weapon managed to defend against most of the power, the remnant of the spirit consciousness would be able to enter Su Zimo's consciousness and kill him. 5 spirit consciousnesses barged into Su Zimo's sea of consciousness, creating waves that crashed towards his essence spirit. Although the Creation Green Lotus was still in Monk Xianming's hands, the 45 lotus seeds surrounded Su Zimo's essence spirit and had not once left his side. The Creation Green Lotus could not defend against the power of spirit consciousnesses. However, the lotus seeds were essence, spirit, dharmic weapons. The 45 lotus seeds turned into rays of light that circled around Su Zimo's essence spirit, emitting a terrifying, sharp aura. The moment the 5 spirit consciousnesses descended, they were sliced into pieces by the 45 lotus seeds, and their power was almost depleted. When the remnant of the spirit consciousness landed on Su Zimo's essence spirit that was covered with dragon scales, it did not cause any ripples and dissipated silently. At the same time, the attacks of the 3 void reversions of the Buddhist monasteries arrived. At that moment, Su Zimo had just defended against 5 spirit consciousness attacks, and it was too late for him to raise his hand to defend against the attacks of the 3 void reversion monks. The only possibility was if the 3 void reversions paused for a moment to give him a breather to react. However, that was impossible. The 2 monks of Hollow and Wisdom monasteries sighed internally and revealed pained expressions. They could not help but hold back slightly. However, Monk Xianming of Formless Monastery knew that he was the one in the wrong for snatching away Su Zimo's creation, Green Lotus. The only way he could cause the creation Green Lotus to have no owner was by killing Su Zimo. A cold glint flashed through Monk Xianming's eyes as that thought flashed through his mind. The peerless Dharmic seal he conjured with both hands turned even more ferocious. Right then, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Roar! Heaven and earth rumbled. The roar was majestic and powerful, piercing through metal and cracking rocks. It exuded an ancient and boundless aura that contained endless rage, as though it wanted to shatter the stars. This was not a human voice. It was a dragon roar. Everything went silent. The world seemed to have gone silent after the dragon roar. Given Su Zimo's blood chi, the lethality of his dragon roar was extremely terrifying and the first to be struck were the 3 void reversion monks. The 3 of them shuddered as though they were struck by lightning. Their eyes widened and their minds went blank momentarily. The hollow finger and wisdom palm paused momentarily. Monk Xianming's formless dermic seal was almost shattered by the roar. Since the 3 of them were in charge of escorting the nascent soul paragons to this place, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. If it was any other ordinary void reversion, that roar would have destroyed their souls. However, that brief pause was enough for Su Zimo. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo's blood chi surged, and he threw 3 punches at the 3 void reversion monks, like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even void reversion monks could not defend against Su Zimo's body. Furthermore, this was a full channel of his blood chi after his dragonification. The power that was released could only be described as destructive. The hollow finger of Hollow Monastery's monk was shattered by Su Zimo's punch, and his entire palm was smashed into pulp. The outcome of the void reversion monk of Wisdom Monastery was almost similar. The moment Wisdom Palm descended, it was smashed by Su Zimo's punch, and his entire arm was snapped. It was crippled completely. The 2 void reversion monks cried out in pain, and their faces turned pale. They fell backwards, heavily into the crowd, looking extremely wretched. This was Su Zimo showing mercy. Although he had transformed into a dragon, he had not lost his rationality. Earlier on, the 2 void reversion monks had shown compassion and retracted their strength. Inadvertently, their act of showing mercy saved themselves instead. Although Su Zimo was decisive in killing, he was not bloodthirsty. What he wanted was to be able to do anything he wanted and pay everything an eye for an eye. He only killed those that deserved to be killed. Monk Xianming was someone that deserved to be killed. Su Zimo threw out 3 punches in succession. 2 of them went towards the hollow finger and wisdom palm of the 2 monks. However, the 3rd punch landed right on Monk Xianming's head. Poof! Monk Xianming's head was smashed into pieces, and his essence spirit was destroyed. He was shocked by the dragon roar and could not react in time. He was killed by a single punch without any chance of resisting. The crowd was shocked. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. No one expected that after the attacks of 8 void reversions in unison, 2 of them would be severely injured and 1 of them was dead. How was that possible? The essence, spirit, secret skills of 5 void reversions could not even kill this man. How did this person even have strength left to retaliate? It was not only the crowd that was confused. The 5 void reversions of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Chaos Essence Sect, and the other 3 sects were equally confused. The 5 of them were shocked by the dragon roar as well, but they snapped out of their stupor before long. Immediately after, the 5 of them were bewildered and their eyes shone with endless confusion. Su Zimo severely injured 2 void reversion monks of Hollow Monastery and Wisdom Monastery with 2 punches and killed Monk Xianming with 1 punch. Without stopping, he pushed down with his palm and snatched the creation green lotus back. The 5 of you hand over your lives. Suddenly, Su Zimo turned around and glared at Dao Bing Chi Gai and the others. He grinned and released a torrential killing intent, resembling a god of massacre that had just walked out from the depths of hell. Chapter 964. A Suffocating Counterattack. Chapter 964. A Suffocating Counterattack. Su Zimo injected dermic powers and tossed the creation green lotus out. The creation green lotus turned into a streak of light and sped towards the void reversion of Chaos Essence Sect, arriving instantly. Boom! In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Dao being Chi Guy and the void reversion of Heavenly Dipper Sect. Everywhere he passed, sand and rocks flew. In midair, Su Zimo condensed a sword finger and touched his glabella gently before pointing in the direction of the void reversion of Sword Sect. Sure, sure, sure. 45 rays of green light shot out from his glabella and pierced towards the void reversion of Sword Sect. Those were the 45 lotus seeds. Everything was released in an instant. At the same time, Su Zimo conjured hand seals, and 2 flames of different colors and auras appeared in his palms. A ball of scarlet and a ball of gold. They were the immortal and Buddhist Tao fires. Within his consciousness, his essence spirit was already pushed to its limits. Endless dermic powers surged into the 2 Tao flames. Condense. Su Zimo closed in on the 2 flames and channeled a supreme secret skill, fusing them together to form a dual-colored Tao fire. The Samadhi Tao fire. Nan Gongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian widened their eyes in shock. There were very few cultivators in the entire mystic courtyard who could recognize that dermic art. The 3 of them were legacy disciples of Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, and were naturally cultivating the Samadhi Tao fire as well. However, they had yet to succeed. To them, the secret skill that Su Zimo was using was the Samadhi Tao fire itself. However, there was still a difference from the Samadhi Tao fire in their impression. The biggest difference was that the Samadhi Tao fire had 3 balls of flames. However, Su Zimo only condensed 2 balls of flames. Furthermore, the Samadhi Tao flames they cultivated were of the same color and were scarlet without any golden flames. The thing that truly shocked and confused them was the fact that although there were only 2 balls of flames in Su Zimo's palms, the Tao fire that was formed from the fusion of the 2 Tao flames seemed to be even more terrifying than the Samadhi Tao fire they knew. The 3 of them did not know that the nature of the Samadhi Tao fire had completely changed in Su Zimo's hands. The original meaning of Samadhi was the essence, Chi and spirit, Samadhi. However, when it came to Su Zimo, he interpreted it as the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Samadhi. At his level of comprehension, how could the power of that dermic art not increase? The original Samadhi Tao fire was the top dermic art of the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra and was also one of Tao, Lord Extreme Fire's trump cards. Su Zimo's Samadhi Tao fire raised the dermic art to a brand new level. No one had witnessed its might before, nor could they ever imagine what it was like. Therefore, even though Su Zimo did not condense a true Samadhi Tao fire, and merely fused the Tao fire of the immortal and Buddhist sects together, its might was still terrifying. Go! Su Zimo hollered softly. The ball of Dviadi Tao fire floated and pushed towards the void reversion of Hellfire Hall. At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived before Tao being Chi Guy and the void reversion of Heavenly Dipper Sect. He extended his palm and enveloped both of them. It was absolutely terrifying. All the cultivators widened their eyes in shock. Initially, Dao Bing Yuding wanted to rush over to help. However, at that moment, he realized that he did not know where to start. Initially, Fairy Luo Shui stood up and wanted to help Su Zimo as well. However, at that moment, she sat back down slowly. No one could imagine that Su Zimo, a nascent soul, would be able to break through such a deadly trap. Furthermore, his counterattack was so ferocious and frightening that it was suffocating. After severely injuring 2 void reversion monks and killing Monk Xianming, Su Zimo's attacked single-handedly against 5 people right away. All 5 void reversions were within his attack range. That was the boldness of the number 1 perfected Lord. That was the means of the number 1 perfected Lord. There were no attacks or solo fights. Since they wanted to fight, none of the 5 void reversions could escape. The first person he came into contact with was the void reversion of Chaos Essence sect. The void reversion of Chaos Essence sect did not dare to be careless when he saw the creation Green Lotus approaching. He swagged his storage bag and summoned a gigantic silver shield in front of him. After injecting dermic powers, the shield's aura surged. Whoosh! For bedazzling lights shone on the silver shield. It was a supreme-grade Tao being dermic weapon. According to his plan, he would first defend against the attack of the creation Green Lotus, and it would be best if he could retrieve it before counterattacking. However, he had truly underestimated the creation Green Lotus and Su Zimo's strength. This was a grade 5 creation Green Lotus that was comparable to a connate Tao being dermic weapon. His shield could not defend against it at all. Furthermore, the creation Green Lotus was Su Zimo's destiny dermic weapon and was even more powerful. Su Zimo had thrown it out with all his might. Its burst power was no different from a meteor crashing. Boom! The creation Green Lotus collided with the silver shield and let out a deafening bang. Chaos Essence, Sex, Void Reversion's expression changed starkly. Sensing the power of the collision, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late. With almost no pause in between, the silver shield exploded and the creation Green Lotus charged forward, charging towards the void reversion of Chaos Essence sect. Ah! He only had time to shout before his head was crushed by the creation Green Lotus. Before his essence spirit could escape, it was destroyed on the spot. If he had chosen to use his destiny dermic weapon to defend against that attack with all his might, he might have had a chance to survive. Unfortunately, not only did he underestimate the creation Green Lotus, he also underestimated Su Zimo. He was still thinking of counterattacking, but he did not know that the scythe of the Reaper was already hovering around his neck. He was killed by a single move. Chaos Essence Sex Void Reversion had just died and Su Zimo's other attack had already arrived. The 45 lotus seeds arrived before the void reversion of Sword Sect densely and sealed off all his escape routes. The void reversion of Sword Sect wanted to throw out a few talismans to defend against the attack of the lotus seeds. However, he caught sight of Chaos Essence Sex Void Reversion from the corner of his eye and was shocked. Instantly, the void reversion of Sword Sect had a grim expression and did not dare to be careless. As he tore apart a few defensive talismans, he summoned his destiny dermic weapon right away. Buzz! Relying on the sword in his hands, its blade quivered with a buzzing sound that grew increasingly clear. It was a perfect Tao being dermic weapon. The sword had followed him for many years and had been tempered by his essence spirit for thousands of years. It was extremely powerful. He believed that he would be able to defend against the attack of the actual creation Green Lotus, let alone the 45 lotus seeds. He did not make any moves and merely flicked his wrist gently. Beams of bright and cold sword lights burst forth and formed sword chi barriers around him. Cling! Clang! The sword chi barrier was impenetrable and blocked all 45 lotus seeds outside. Everyone's eyes lit up. As expected of a sword sect cultivator, that sword technique was truly peerless. Su Zimo's killing move was dispelled with a single slash. Right then, Hang Chuyu seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, watch out!" Chapter 965, Complete Annihilation. Chapter 965, Complete Annihilation. Senior brother, watch out. The void reversion of Sword Sect scoffed internally when he heard Hang Chuyu's warning. Relying on the advantage of his destiny dermic weapon and the might of his sect sword art, he had already blocked all 45 lotus seeds. The few talismans that he tore apart were unnecessary. What was there to be careful about? The moment he thought of that, his expression changed. Something was not right. Although the 45 lotus seeds were cut down, they shone with a green glow that penetrated his sword chi barrier and the defense of his talisman, surging into his consciousness. The lotus seeds were essence, spirit, dharmic weapons. Although the sword light talisman could block the main body of the lotus seeds, it could not block the killing power of the spirit consciousness attack released by them. By the time the void reversion of Sword Sect noticed it, it was already too late. Poof! 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 45 rays of light surged into his consciousness and pierced through his essence spirit like a volley of arrows. Clang! His sword fell and the talismans dissipated. The void reversion of Sword Sect's eyes were unfocused and there were no wounds on his body. However, there was no life within him and he collapsed to the ground. This was a killing move that targeted the essence spirit. Although he looked uninjured on the surface, his essence spirit was gone and he was dead. Many Sword Sect cultivators were shocked when they saw the void reversion fall and retreated with pale faces. Only Hang Chiu stood at the front with a conflicted expression and sighed deeply. In some ways he was lucky. He had witnessed Su Zimo's methods before. Therefore, he was fearful and would not try to challenge that person again. However, many people had not seen it before. Therefore, many people wanted to kill the monster incarnate. However, none of them had seen how many corpses were piled beneath the feet of this monster incarnate. Which of those corpses were not paragons when they were alive? None of them would ever be able to experience that suffocating fear if they had not exchanged blows with him personally. Hang Chiu no longer wanted to experience it. He sighed and put away the corpse of the void reversion. The only thing he could do was not take revenge, but return to the sect and bury it properly. That was all. On the battlefield, the entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. With 2 void reversions dead, Su Zimo's Dviadi Dao fire had already arrived before the void reversion of Hellfire Hall. He hesitated for a moment. When he saw that Su Zimo had conjured his Dao fire and attacked him, his first reaction was disdain. Although he was afraid of Su Zimo's physique and was afraid of melee combat, he was not afraid of other methods of combat. After all, the difference between their essence spirits was a major cultivation realm and dharmic powers was multiple times. There was no way to make up for that difference. Therefore, he conjured a dharmic art and was prepared to retaliate with hellfire. However, right after, he saw 2 void reversions of Chaos Essence Sect and Sword Sect perish. That shocked him and he almost turned to flee. Before long, he calmed down. The 2 void reversions of Chaos Essence Sect and Sword Sect died, mainly because of the power of the creation Green Lotus. But now he had no reason to fear this fire dharmic art. Furthermore, he had already conjured his dharmic art in front of everyone. If he were to turn and flee, he would definitely become a laughing stock. At that thought, he made the worst decision of his life. It was also his final decision. How dare you show off your insignificant skills? The void reversion of Hellfire Hall sneered and conjured a ball of hellfire with both hands. It emitted a sinister and cold aura and charged towards the incoming Dao fire. There was no intense collision as expected. Xing! Almost instantly his hellfire extinguished as though it had encountered a terrifying power. After Su Zimo's 2 essence spirits fused, his essence spirit was no weaker than any void reversion, or even stronger. The Dao fire of the Buddhist monasteries alone was enough to suppress the hellfire. Furthermore, it was a Dviadi Dao fire that was fused together with the immortal and Buddhist Daos. It was almost a complete suppression. Swoosh! In the widened eyes of the void reversion of Hellfire Hall, the dual-colored Dao fire pushed through everything and engulfed him in flames. Ah! A hysterical shriek sounded from the flames. After a few breaths, there was no sound. The flames gradually extinguished and dust fell. That might be the only trace left behind by the void reversion of Hellfire Hall. The power of the Dviadi Dao fire was so terrifying that it burned a void reversion into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 5 void reversions were dead. The entire process was so short that Su Zimo had already arrived before Dao Bing Chi Gai and the void reversion of Heavenly Dipper sect. The moment he attacked, the two of them were enveloped. The two of them were about to join forces to hold out for a moment when they realized that 3 void reversions were already dead. That scene shocked both of them. Before they attacked, they were already certain that they could not fight Su Zimo in close combat. Right now, the two of them were merely inches away from Su Zimo, that was equivalent to half a step into the gates of hell. Ah! The void reversion of Heavenly Dipper sect roared and prepared to fight to the death. Su Zimo turned his head slightly and stared at him. Suddenly his right eye turned white and emitted a faint glow. It was extremely strange. The void reversion of Heavenly Dipper sect suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Before he could react, a blinding beam of light shot out from Su Zimo's right eye and entered his head with a scorching aura. All his energy was focused on defending against Su Zimo's melee attacks. He did not expect such a change. Poof! The void reversion of Heavenly Dipper sect's head was penetrated by the blazing beam and his essence spirit was destroyed. He couldn't have been any more dead. Another person was killed by the Illumination Dragon Eye. In the blink of an eye, Dao Bing Chi Gai was the only one left. When he sensed Su Zimo's palm descending from above and knew that even the void reversion of Heavenly Dipper sect, who was beside him, was dead, he was scared out of his wits. Even if he had 500 kilograms of strength, he could not muster a single bit of it at the moment. Dao Bing Chi Gai's mind went blank, leaving only a strong desire to survive. His eyes were filled with horror as he shouted instinctively, "Perfected Lord, please spare me." Against Su Zimo, he was scared out of his wits. Swoosh! The palm that seemed like it could destroy the world suddenly stopped. It hovered above his head motionlessly. When the cultivators saw that, they felt an unimaginable shock. This was a void reversion of Zephyr Thunder Palace. To think that he would end up begging for mercy under the palm of a nascent soul. Su Zimo looked at that person quietly with an indifferent expression and curled his lips slightly, asking in a mocking manner, "Spare you?" Dao Bing Chi Gai's face was pale as he nodded repeatedly. His lips quivered when he sensed the killing intent Su Zimo emanated and the bloodline that seemed as though it originated from the primordial era. He could no longer speak. "It's too late." Su Zimo sighed and slapped down. Piak! Dao Bing Chi Gai's expression froze, and his eyes widened. Streaks of blood appeared on his face. His head was smashed by that palm. His essence spirit was shattered, and he died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 void reversions were killed without exception. Chapter 966, Lan Yu's Attitude. Chapter 966, Lan Yu's Attitude. The massive mystic courtyard went completely silent. The group of cultivators looked at the battlefield in a daze and the tall and terrifying figure on the battlefield, forgetting to breathe for a moment. Who would have believed such an outcome if they had not witnessed it personally? The nascent soul paragon of Snowdrift Valley, Ling Bai, was dumbfounded and his eyes were filled with shock. Fairy Luo Shui's words were the only thing that remained in his mind. Since he is here now, unless a Dharma characteristic shows up at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, no one else will be a threat to him. It was a prophecy. The encirclement of 8 void reversions was easily destroyed by this person. 6 of them died and 2 of them were severely injured. That was the true number 1 perfected Lord. Nan Gonling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian suddenly thought of something. Previously, they met with danger outside Wind Cloud City and were abducted by a Dharma characteristic of Hellfire Hall along with 7 void reversions. However, They managed to return safe and sound later on. Initially, the three of them thought that it was done by some supreme expert. By the looks of it, that peerless expert was most likely Su Zimo. That Su Zimo is truly a fiend demon. That's right, he is completely exposed, and the truth can't be hidden any longer. What fiend demon is that? Why didn't the demon revealing mirror reflect his true form? Gradually, the crowd broke into hushed discussions. The group of cultivators instinctively looked towards the sect master of Thousand Crane Sect, Dao Lord Lanyu. At that moment, Dao Lord Lanyu's expression was extremely terrible. Earlier on, when the 8 void reversions attacked at the same time, she chose to ignore them and watch with folded arms. In fact, she even closed her eyes. She had a good plan. Su Zimo had already offended many super sects, and at the most, he was backed by the declining 100 Refinement Sect. If 100 Refinement Sect could not even protect themselves, how could they protect Su Zimo? Even if Su Zimo were to die here, it would be fine. No one would cause trouble for her or Thousand Crane Sect. That way, she would be able to account for the deaths of Yi Tiancheng, perfected Lord Panglan, and the others. However, not long after she closed her eyes, she heard an ancient howl that shook the world. Even her mind was shaken. Dragon roar. Dao Lord Lanyu froze for a moment, unable to react. Why was there a dragon roar in the mystic courtyard? Instinctively, she opened her eyes and saw that 2 void reversions of the Buddhist monasteries were severely injured and monk Xianming was dead. The void reversions of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and Hellfire Hall had just died as well. A tall and strong figure with a terrifying aura and scarlet scales that covered his body charged towards Dao Bing Chi Gai and the void reversion of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Dragon Race. Dao Lord Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Although the tall figure before her did not take on the form of a dragon, the aura he exuded was no different from that of a dragon. With that delay, the void reversion of Sword Sect was killed by the Illumination Dragon Eye. Immediately after, Dao Bing Chi Gai was killed by that person as well. It was only then that Dao Lord Lanyu realized that the tall figure with dragon scales and red-black eyes was Su Zimo. Everything was too late. While her eyes were closed, the battle was over, and the dust was settled. Dao Lord Lanyu stood up slowly and exuded an extremely powerful aura, suppressing everything before summoning the demon revealing mirror. Whoosh! A beam of light shone down and enveloped Su Zimo. With a single thought, Su Zimo separated his 2 essence spirits and hid his scarlet-haired Yin spirit. It was still within his consciousness. Crackle! In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already returned to normal, turning into that handsome cultivator with clear, pitch-black eyes with refined features. Even under the cover of the demon-revealing mirror, his expression was indifferent. This change made Dao Lord Lanyu feel like she was being toyed with. Her expression darkened completely. Su Zimo, I don't care if you're a human or a demon. Since you dare to start a massacre at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, it's equivalent to Sect Master. Before Dao Lord Lanyu could finish, she was interrupted by Su Zimo. All the cultivators present witnessed the reason why I killed them. Everyone can naturally come to an agreement of whether it was right or wrong. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo continued. In addition, this conflict could have been avoided. Since someone chose to ignore it and stand by idly, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Are you accusing me? Dao Lord Lan Yu's gaze turned cold as she asked murderously. Her patience had been exhausted. It was a complete failure for the Thousand Crane Tea Party to develop to this point. As for the root of the failure, it was because of a single person. It was Su Zimo who was right before her. I can't say that I'm accusing you. However, I do have something that I wish to discuss with you, Sect Master. Glancing at Lung Ro beside him, Su Zimo nodded before raising his voice. Sect Master Lan Yu, it's fine if you want to make use of the marriage alliance to befriend Chaos Essence Sect and obtain their support. However, you should at least respect Lung Ro's intentions. What did you say? Feeling guilty, Dao Lord Lan Yu hollered. This was not a glorious affair, and everyone knew what was going on. However, it was another matter exposing it in public. None of the cultivators present are fools. Which of them can't tell what you're trying to do? Su Zimo replied indifferently. Lung Ro is a disciple of Thousand Crane Sect, and it's not wrong for her to join you. However, you have no right to decide her future. You're pushing her into a pit of fire. Lung Ro looked at Su Zimo, and the coldness in her eyes gradually dissipated. She knew that Su Zimo was speaking up for her. Those were her heartfelt words, but she did not dare to say them. Lung Ro did not dare to imagine what her outcome would be without Su Zimo. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled mockingly. Furthermore, the facts have proven that you have poor judgment. Yi Tiancheng isn't some incredible monster incarnate either. I've already killed him. The reason why you chose Chaos Essence Sect was because of the two paragons that rose to power in this generation. Now one of them is dead. The other won't get to live for long either. Su Zimo, let's see how long more you can be arrogant. A perfected Lord of Chaos Essence Sect stood out and said deeply, Sect Master Lan Yu, Su Zimo is no different from a fiend demon. He massacred human cultivators wantonly at the Thousand Crane Tea Party. If you can't account to us for this, our few immortal sects won't let this go lightly. A perfected Lord of Sword Sect mustered his courage and shouted, I've already released a messenger crane. Once Sword Sect receives the news, a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord will definitely descend personally. At that time, let's see how your Thousand Crane Sect is going to explain things. That's right. A perfected Lord of Heavenly Dipper Sect grit his teeth. Dharma characteristic experts from our sect will rush over immediately as well. No, Master. Lung Ro said hurriedly, there's nothing unusual about Su Zimo under the demon revealing mirror. He's a human. Perhaps it was just a secret skill that he cultivated earlier on. Furthermore, it's not his fault at all. Fairy Luo Shui stood out as well and cupped her fists. Sect Master Lan Yu, don't forget that 100 years ago in Myriad Phenomenon City, Thousand Crane Sect owed Su Zimo a huge favor. Dao Lord Lan Yu's gaze was cold and she said nothing. The crowd turned to look at her, waiting for her attitude. Her attitude would determine Su Zimo's life and death. Chapter 967. Uncle Master, I'm late. Chapter 967. Uncle Master, I'm late. Dao Lord Lan Yu was expressionless. There were so many people who died at the Thousand Crane Tea Party this time round, and each of them was more influential than the last. Even 7 of the Void reversions died. There was no way she could escape responsibility. If this was not handled right, Thousand Crane Sect would definitely be implicated. However, Thousand Crane Sect was indeed indebted to Su Zimo. If she were to kill Su Zimo here right now, Thousand Crane Sect would definitely be labeled as ungrateful and incur countless criticism. After pondering for a long time, Dao Lord Lan Yu made up her mind. Su Zimo, if not for the fact that you've done Thousand Crane Sect a favor in the past, I'll definitely kill you right here today. Dao Lord Lan Yu's voice was cold. However, Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others were delighted when they heard that. From what she said, it seemed like Dao Lord Lan Yu was not going to lay her hands on Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, Dao Lord Lan Yu changed the topic. However, you've caused a calamity today. Even Thousand Crane Sect can't protect you. I reminded you repeatedly to restrain your sharpness, but you refused to listen. You can't blame others. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery as he said indifferently, "There's no need to beat around the bush, sect master. Just speak your mind." Dao, Lord Lanyu, took a deep breath and said calmly, "I won't kill you, but you can't leave Thousand Crane Sect either. Stay here as a guest." A commotion broke out in the crowd. "That's a heartless move. That's way too ruthless." Although she did not attack Su Zimo on the surface, he's still going to die once the Dharma characteristic experts of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and Heavenly Dipper Sect arrive. Su Zimo won't be able to escape death if he's held back in this place. With that, Thousand Crane Sect will be accountable to Chaos Essence Sect and the other immortal sections. Furthermore, the most important thing is that Dao Lord Lanyu did not attack Su Zimo and will not be labeled as ungrateful. She's using a borrowed knife to kill him. None of the cultivators present were fools to be able to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. They quickly understood what Dao Lord Lanyu was thinking and discussed softly. "Fu-fu." Su Zimo chuckled and asked instead, "Why? You want to detain me in Thousand Crane Sect?" "Junior, don't be ungrateful." Dao Lord Lanyu said indifferently, "As a sect master, I'm cordially inviting you to stay in Thousand Crane Sect for a few days. Furthermore, you're best friends with Lung Ro. Since you haven't seen each other for 100 years, you must have a lot to say. I'll grant you your wish." "Master." "Shut up." Lung Ro was interrupted by a glare from Dao Lord Lanyu the moment she spoke. "How self-righteous." A mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he sneered. "Dao Lord Lanyu, you don't carry a single trace of righteousness and heroic aura of the immortal sections. On the other hand, you've mastered the art of hypocrisy and craftiness completely." Su Zimo retracted his smile and asked slowly, "What if I insist on leaving?" "Then don't blame me for being impolite and suppressing you here." Dao Lord Lanyu said coldly, "Junior, since I've already said that, I advise you to behave yourself and suffer less." The pressure of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord descended slowly and enveloped the entire mystic courtyard. All the nascent souls present felt as though they were carrying a massive mountain and could not move at all. "Ha ha ha." Su Zimo laughed into the skies. Even against the might of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, he was still fearless as he shouted, "Lanyu, listen up! Although I can't defeat you, you're not enough to stop me if I want to leave." His heroic attitude was torrential. Against a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord that was 2 major cultivation realms above them, it was already rare for the nascent souls present to be neither servile nor overbearing. None of the cultivators would even dare to dream of challenging the authority of a Dharma characteristic like Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo was not bragging. Indeed, his combat strength was no match for Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Back when he killed the Dharma characteristic Dao Lord of Hellfire Hall, it was because the latter was at the end of his lifespan and was about to die. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the latter with Baron. Right now, there were 3 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords in the mystic courtyard with exuberant blood chi. They were clearly at their peak. Su Zimo's Baron would possess an almost negligible impact on the 3 Dharma characteristics. However, he had many trump cards. With the combination of his 2 essence spirits and the Mingwang prayer beads, he could temporarily break free from the suppression of Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Even Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could not stop him if he released his blood escape technique. "Junior, I'll teach you a lesson today for your provocation." Dao Lord Lanyu's gaze turned cold as her glabella shimmered. She was prepared to attack personally. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his blood escape technique was about to explode. "Hold on." Right then, a soft shout sounded from the distant skies, interrupting the tense atmosphere in the mystic courtyard. Everyone turned to look. 3 cultivators approached from the horizon, and one of them was a middle-aged man who was relatively young. The other two cultivators were old men with white hair and beard. Although they looked like they were close to their later years, they were hale and hearty and had rosy cheeks. "It's master!" Nan Gongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian's eyes lit up as they exclaimed. Among the three cultivators, the middle-aged man was their master, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star. They did not recognize the two old men beside Tao, Lord Scarlet Star. Apart from Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, the two elders were also at the Dharma characteristic realm. The Dharma characteristics of 100 Refinement sect has arrived first. Seems like they are here to take Su Zimo away. Fufu, it won't be that easy. Don't forget, we're in the 1,000 Crane sect. If Tao, Lord Lanyu, doesn't agree to it, do you think the 3 Dharma characteristics will be able to take him away just like that? Let's just look on. This is going to be interesting. The cultivators discussed excitedly. In the blink of an eye, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, and the two old men descended in the mystic courtyard. A look of shock flashed through their eyes as they looked at the dilapidated courtyard and the corpses that had yet to be cleaned up. When Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, caught sight of Yi Tiancheng's corpse, his pupils constricted. However, he calmed down very quickly, as though he was already prepared for the scene before him. What happened next was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The crowd that was initially quiet exploded. Under countless gazes, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, turned around and came before Su Zimo. He bowed slightly and greeted with the mannerisms of a junior, saying softly, "Uncle Master, I'm late." The crowd fell into an uproar. All the cultivators present had more or less heard of Tao, Lord Scarlet Star. Even if they had not heard of it, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, was a Dharma characteristic expert, after all. But now he was bowing respectfully to a nascent soul. What was going on? The cultivators present were shocked. Even Nan Gongling and the other two were stunned. The 3 of them knew that deep in his heart, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, did not want to acknowledge Su Zimo as his Uncle Master. Initially, he could only grit his teeth and agree to it, forcing himself to call Su Zimo Little Uncle Master. Furthermore, in order to save face for Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, Su Zimo had once said that Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, could address him directly by name if there were any outsiders around. To think that Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, would do such a thing in front of so many factions and the eyes of countless cultivators. Nan Gongling and the other two did not see any hint of reluctance on Tao, Lord Scarlet Star's face. To be precise, when Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, learned of Su Zimo's true identity from Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, he was more than willing to address the latter as his Uncle Master. He was respectful towards Su Zimo, not because of seniority. It was because the young man before him was worthy of his respect. Chapter 968, Shangguanzi. Chapter 968, Shangguanzi. No wonder he's so fearless. So he has helpers. Tao, Lord Lanyu, had a calm expression as she sneered. "Scarlet Star, you think that you're able to take him away from me with just the 3 of you Dharma characteristics. The 3 of us are enough." Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, turned around and looked at Tao, Lord Lanyu, with a calm voice. Tao, Lord Lanyu, sneered once more. "This is 1,000 Crane sect. As long as I give the order, all 3 of you will have to stay here. Girl, you're way too arrogant." Among the 3 of them, an old man with a walking stick stood out, exuding a dignified aura. Another old man asked in a deep voice, "Girl, where's your master?" Tao, Lord Lanyu, frowned and flipped her sleeves. "Who are you guys? Do you think my master is someone you can meet whenever you want?" "Elder Gu." Right then, the void reversion of the ancient array sect exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes." The old man nodded and looked at the void reversion of the ancient array sect. "Little monkey, is that you?" It's me. The void reversion nodded humbly and hurried forward to greet with a bow. This person had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. Little Monkey was a nickname for him that not many people knew of. Grandpa Guh. Right then, Tang Yu of Elixir Yang sect exclaimed with widened eyes. Tang Yu ran over to take a closer look and could not help but laugh. Grandpa Guh, it's really you. I didn't dare to recognize you at first. Little Tang, how old are you already? Why do you still like to dress up like a boy? The elder with the surname Guh had a doting expression as he chuckled as well. Grandpa Guh, aren't you in seclusion? Why are you here? Tang Yu asked curiously. The elder with the surname Guh retracted his smile and said indifferently, I've been in seclusion for a long time and my bones are a little rusty. It's a good time for me to come out for a walk and meet an old friend. Dao, Lord Lan Yu, frowned slightly. For some reason, she suddenly felt uneasy. Dao, Lord Scarlet Star, raised his voice. Lan Yu, may I ask where Senior Shangguan is? I told you my master is in seclusion. Dao, Lord Lan Yu, said coldly. Dao, Lord Scarlet Star harumphed. Lan Yu, I arrived before this tea party began because I had something to discuss with Senior Shangguan. However, you rejected me outright. What are your intentions? It was only then that Su Zimo, Nangongling, and the others realized that Dao Lord Scarlet Star had already visited Thousand Crane sect a few days ago. However, he did not manage to meet the person he wanted to and returned empty-handed. I'm the sect master of Thousand Crane sect. I can make the decision for everything here. Dao Lord Lan Yu's gaze flickered as her voice turned colder. There was a hint of anger in her tone that could be released at any moment. Elder Gu, who was leaning on his walking stick, said slowly, Girl, tell Shangguan that her old friends from Elixir Yang sect and Ancient Array sect are here to visit and she will come out of seclusion. Old friends? Fufu. Dao Lord Lan Yu sneered. Pardon me for being blunt. I've seen all of Master's old friends, but I've never seen the two of you. We've known your master for thousands of years. At that time, you weren't even around yet. Elder Gu blew his beard impatiently. Dao Lord Lan Yu's expression darkened completely as she said coldly, What a joke! If any random cultivator says that he's an old friend of Master's and wants to meet her, wouldn't Master be annoyed to death? Scarlet Star, I've been extremely tolerant on account that you guys are from the unorthodox groups as well. If you guys continue to push your luck, don't blame me for being merciless. Dao, Lord Lan Yu, slapped her storage bag and threw a pink spirit crane into the air that turned into a streak of light. A gigantic crane appeared and cried into the skies. A crisp and clear crane cry echoed through Thousand Crane sect. Lung Ro's expression changed. This was a signal for the Dharma characteristic experts to gather. Apart from those in seclusion, everyone else could see it. Bang, bang, bang. Powerful auras burst forth from all corners of Thousand Crane sect as figures rushed towards this area. Before long, dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao lords descended and surrounded the mystic courtyard with unfriendly expressions. The immense pressure reverberated through the entire courtyard, and many nascent souls present no longer dared to speak. Who would have thought that the Thousand Crane Tea Party would end up in such a situation where Dharma characteristic experts were at odds? Right now, both parties were ready to fight at any moment. Girl, what are you doing? Elder Gu glared angrily and hollered in rage as he blew his beard. How dare you try to attack us? Shangguanzi, why aren't you coming out? Elder Gu's eyes lit up and his walking stick landed heavily on the ground. Bang! Boom! Boom! Endless lights burst forth from every corner of Thousand Crane sect and shot into the skies. The terrain of the sect was changing. Light of formation patterns. Su Zimo muttered softly. That was the sign of a massive formation being activated. Dao Lord Lanyu's expression changed starkly as she exclaimed, "The Sect Protection Formation!" Thousand Crane Sect's Sect Protection Formation would definitely not be activated unless it was absolutely necessary. She had not expected that this unassuming old man before her would be able to activate Thousand Crane Sect's Sect Protection Formation through thin air. "I was the one who set up Thousand Crane Sect's Sect Protection Formation, personally. How dare you attempt to lay your hands on me today, girl?" Elder Gu hollered with a booming voice. Dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of Thousand Crane Sect, stood in midair and exchanged glances, looking hesitant. From the looks of it, the old man had a powerful background, and none of them dared to attack rashly. Once the Sect Protection Formation was activated, even those in seclusion would be alarmed. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from the depths of Thousand Crane Sect. A powerful aura burst forth. Against that aura, all the Dharma characteristic Tao lords present were as insignificant as ants. Conjoint body mighty figure. Only someone at the conjoint body realm could release such a terrifying aura. "Who's calling me?" In the blink of an eye, a figure arrived above the mystic courtyard, as though it was one with the world. No one could figure out how the person arrived. It was as though she had appeared out of thin air. It was a woman who looked even younger than Tao, Lord Lanyu. Her black hair fluttered, and she was extremely beautiful. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were filled with a mighty aura of indifference. "Master." When Tao, Lord Lanyu, saw that person, her expression changed, and she bowed hurriedly with her head lowered. Her eyes filled with endless fear. "Hee, Shangguan, you're still so young." Elder Gu gave a strange chuckle. Shangguan Zi shifted her gaze. When she saw Elder Gu, she smiled and said, "After crossing that step, my lifespan was extended, so I naturally seem much younger now." At that point, the crowd no longer had any doubts. The newcomer was a conjoint body mighty figure. Shangguan Zi landed in the courtyard and looked at the two old men. She scolded them jokingly. "Are you two old fools tired of living? Why did you come over to my place to create such a huge ruckus?" Although Shangguan Zi was cursing, her eyes revealed the joy of reuniting with old friends. "Really, if you guys wanted to meet me, all you had to do was inform Lanyu. Why go to the extent of activating the Sect Protection Formation?" Shangguan Zi shook her head helplessly. Chapter 969. Tea served by the Sect Master. Chapter 969. Tea served by the Sect Master. Upon hearing that, Tao, Lord Lanyu, panicked. "He inform Lanyu." Elder Gu sneered. "If she doesn't remove our heads, we'll be thanking the gods." "Shangguan, that's quite a poor candidate to be a Sect Master you've got there." Elder Gu pouted. Shangguan Zi's expression changed slightly. She narrowed his eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Gradually, she noticed something unusual. When she saw the dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao lords around her, her first assumption was that these cultivators of the sect had only rushed over because they were alarmed by the Sect Protection Formation. But now it seemed like there was more to it. Tao, Lord Lanyu's mind raced as she forced a smile. "Master, I don't know who those two seniors were." Shut up." Shangguan Zi interrupted Tao, Lord Lanyu, and turned to look at the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords behind her. She said indifferently, "Both of you, tell me everything that happened earlier." The two Dharma characteristic Tao lords looked hesitant as they exchanged glances, seemingly in a dilemma. Shangguan Zi said slowly, "If you hide anything, the sect will punish you accordingly." Both of their hearts skipped a beat. Without hesitation, they recounted everything that happened at the Thousand Crane Tea Party without missing any details. At first, Shangguan Zi even hummed twice. Towards the end, she was already silent and expressionless. However, Her gaze turned increasingly cold, and Tao, Lord Lanyu, who was standing beside her, felt her heart skip a beat. This was the first time Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, Elder Gu, and Elder Go had heard about everything that happened at the tea party as well, and they were extremely excited. The two old men looked at Su Zimo and nodded from time to time without concealing the admiration in their eyes. Su Zimo lamented internally. Judging from the backgrounds of those two old men, they must be experts from thousands of years ago. It's unlikely that Tao Lord Scarlet Star could have summoned them, given his status. Could it be? Before long, the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords recounted the many conflicts that happened during the tea party. After hearing that, Shangguan Zi remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere was extremely tense, like the calm before a storm. Lan Yu. After a while, Shangguan Zi sighed and said word by word coldly, "How dare you?" Tao, Lord Lan Yu's heart, skipped a beat as she knelt on the ground with a thud. With a horrified expression, she said hurriedly, "Master, let me explain." Shangguan Zi said, "The purpose of the Thousand Crane Tea Party is to invite nascent soul realm paragons from Tianhuang, mainland, and foster a good relationship with many sections. The only thing Thousand Crane Sect has to do is to be fair. Ask yourself honestly, were your actions even fair?" Tao, Lord Lan Yu shuddered and was rendered speechless. Shangguan Zi continued, "You sacrificed your disciple and arranged a marriage with Chaos Essence Sect's cultivators to obtain Chaos Essence Sect support. How can you do something like that? You've really done Thousand Crane Sect proud, eh?" "There's more." Shangguan Zi pointed at Su Zimo and shouted, "I don't care if this child is a cultivator or a fiend demon. If Thousand Crane Sect is indebted to him, we can't lay our hands on him. But what were you doing?" "I only wanted him to stay in the sect as a guest. Tao, Lord Lan Yu's voice trembled with fear. "Piak." Shangguan Zi waved her hand and slapped Tao, Lord Lan Yu heavily on the cheek, interrupting the latter. No matter what, Tao Lord Lan Yu was a sect master. Now that she was punished in such a manner in front of everybody, her reputation in the cultivation world in the future will definitely be tarnished. None of the cultivators present pitied her. Chaos Essence Sect and Sword Sect cultivators blamed her for not attacking in time to suppress Su Zimo. Little Fatty, Ji Qingtian, and the others who were on Su Zimo's side would definitely not pity her. Only Lung Ro could not bear it and took half a step forward. She raised her hand slightly, wanting to say something, but stopped. Shangguan Zi shook her head and said, "How dare you still try to play games in front of me? It seems like I was wrong about you back then." "Calm down, Shangguan." Elder Gu said, "We're here because we have good news for you." Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, hurried forward and handed over a letter, saying softly, "This is personally written by a senior of 100 Refinement Sect." "Indeed." Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. As expected, this letter should have been written by Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. The two old men before him should have been invited by Tao, Lord Extreme Fire as well. To Shangguan Zi only. Shangguan Zi took it casually, and her gaze froze when she saw the words on it. This handwriting. Her palm trembled slightly. She seemed to have thought of something, and her heart wavered. She opened the letter hurriedly and focused. The first line of the letter read, "Shangguan, I'm still alive and have returned." Upon seeing that, Shangguan Zi's eyes welled up and her vision blurred. If not for the fact that there were too many cultivators present, she would have lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. Many cultivators noticed Shangguan Zi's emotional fluctuation. The crowd could not imagine what was written on the letter that could make a conjoint body mighty figure lose control of her emotions. Is this true? Shangguan Zi turned to look at Elder Gu and Old Man Go, still unsure. The two old men nodded. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Zi composed herself and read through the entire letter before putting it away carefully, as if it was something extremely precious. Shangguan Zi turned to look at Su Zimo with a warm gaze. There was no hint of arrogance or dominance from a conjoint body mighty figure as she asked gently, "You're Su Zimo?" "I'm Su Zimo. Greetings, Senior." Su Zimo hurried forward and bowed. "Your master and I are, yes, we're good friends. There's no need for formalities." Shangguan Zi smiled and waved her sleeves gently, helping Su Zimo up. Shangguan Zi said, "I heard about what happened in Myriad Phenomenon City from your master. Thank you for helping us. Countless paragons were spared, and we managed to protect the last bit of dignity of the human race." The cultivators were moved. This was a conjoint body mighty figure. Normally, nobody could even catch sight of them. But now, this conjoint body mighty figure was thanking a nascent soul. It could be seen that the battle 100 years ago was absolutely true. From the start of the Tea Party till now, no one has dared to question your title as the number 1 perfected lord. Shangguan Zi said, "Only you are qualified to drink this supreme grade mystic tea." After saying that, Shangguan Zi waved her hand gently, and the remaining tender leaf on the top of the mystic tea tree fell into the teacup. Thereafter, she injected boiling spring water, and a steaming cup of fragrant tea was ready. "Lan Yu, serve the tea." Shangguan Zi placed the teacup on Dao, Lord Lan Yu's palm, and said calmly. At that moment, Dao, Lord Lan Yu's expression was extremely terrible. As the sect master of Thousand Crane Sect, she now had to offer tea to a nascent soul. This was a humiliation that she would never forget for the rest of her life. The crowd was envious. A conjoint body mighty figure making tea and a sect master serving it. Who could enjoy such treatment? Dao, Lord Lan Yu, did not dare to disobey and received the teacup respectfully with both hands. She walked to Su Zimo expressionlessly and said through gritted teeth, "Please." "Thank you, sect master." Smiling gently, Su Zimo took the teacup and drank it. The moment Su Zimo raised his head to drink his tea, a hint of viciousness flashed through the depths of Dao, Lord Lan Yu's eyes before vanishing swiftly. Chapter 970, Breakthrough. Chapter 970, Breakthrough. There was no bitterness in the supreme grade, mystic tea, when it entered his stomach. It carried a faint sweet fragrance and turned into a warm current that flowed through his limbs and bones before fusing into his body. Finally, a ball of spirit chi gathered from the tea and surged into his spirit platform, breaking through Su Zimo's consciousness and engulfing his 2 essence spirits. Instinctively, Su Zimo closed his eyes and sat on the ground. The spirit chi nourished the 2 essence spirits, cleansing the impurities in the black-haired essence spirit and refining the yin chi in the scarlet-haired yin spirit. Under the nourishment of the ball of spirit chi, the 2 essence spirits became increasingly condensed and pure, advancing towards the void reversion realm. Before leaving Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo had already cultivated his 2 essence spirits to the peak of late-stage nascent soul realm with the help of the 1,000-year blood sea. Right now, he was already on the brink of a breakthrough after fighting against many nascent soul paragons. With the help of the supreme grade mystic tea, there were almost no obstacles, and he broke through in less than half an hour. Everything happened naturally. Ah! Su Zimo opened his eyes and let out a long howl into the skies with a divine glow. Perfected nascent soul. In 100 years he had advanced from golden core to perfected nascent soul realm. That was a terrifying speed. Throughout history, there were not many cultivators who could reach that speed. 140-year-old nascent soul. Although he did not look young, Su Zimo was equivalent to a teenager if he was compared to a mortal with 100 years of lifespan. Many cultivators were shocked. Everyone did not know that Su Zimo was cultivating two great essence spirits at the same time and was even using them to nurture the creation Green Lotus. Otherwise, he might have already entered the void reversion realm. Now that his essence spirit was at the perfected stage, Suzimo could clearly sense that the dermic powers that he could control were much stronger. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense the barrier of the void reversion realm. The difference between perfected nascent soul and the void reversion realm was only a single step. However, that single step stumped countless cultivators. In fact, some cultivators were unable to break through this barrier and enter the void reversion realm for the rest of their lives. Breaking through a major cultivation realm was the most difficult. It was perfectly normal for people to cultivate several hundred years to attempt to break through. For example, perfected Lord Panglon, who died in Suzimo's hands earlier on, only managed to take half a step forward after cultivating for hundreds of years and had yet to truly break through to void reversion realm. Congratulations. Shangguanzi smiled slightly. Thank you, Senior. Suzimo hurriedly stood up and bowed. Shangguanzi nodded and turned to look at Lord Taoist Lanyu, saying indifferently, Lanyu, you are to blame for the current state of the thousand-crane tea party. This is unforgivable. Lord Lanyu's heart skipped a beat. Shangguanzi's tone was extremely stern. It was clear that she was truly enraged, and this matter would not end peacefully. Master, I know my mistake now. Lord Lanyu, knelt on the ground hurriedly and apologized loudly with a terrified expression. Shangguanzi shook her head and said sternly, as a sect master, You're unjust and ungrateful. If I hadn't come out of seclusion in time, I can't imagine how much trouble you would have caused or how badly the sect would have been implicated because of your actions. Lord Lanyu sprawled on the ground, trembling slightly and not daring to speak. Lanyu, from this day forth, you are no longer the sect master of Thousand Crane Sect. Shangguanzi said, slowly, Yes, master. Lord Lanyu did not dare to question as she lowered her head and replied softly. Shangguanzi stood still for a moment before she took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, According to the rules of the sect, you committed an unforgivable crime and should be executed. Lord Lanyu shuddered in fright. Pausing for a moment, Shangguanzi continued, However, on account of the fact that you've been under my tutelage for so many years, I'll just cripple your cultivation today and kick you out of the sect. Go and lead a peaceful life as a mortal. The cultivators were moved. In the blink of an eye, the high and mighty sect master who was insufferably arrogant earlier on had fallen to the mortal realm. Everyone knew that the punishment was not severe at all. If Shangguanzi had not come out of seclusion, Lord Lanyu would have attacked Lord Scarlet Star, and the other two and detained Suzimo. That would have been a calamity, and Thousand Crane Sect would have been doomed. And Master, I really know my mistake now. Lord Lanyu was truly frightened. She crawled to Shangguanzi's feet and cried, Grandmaster, please show mercy. Lung Ro could not bear to see Lord Lanyu in such a state and knelt down as well to plead for mercy. No matter what, Lord Lanyu was her master at the end of the day. Shangguanzi turned to look at Lung Ro and asked, Despite the way she treated you, you're pleading for mercy for her sake. Please show mercy, Grandmaster. Lung Ro pursed her lips and replied. Shangguanzi was silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll give you another chance. However, you won't be able to escape punishment. Take Lanyu to the disciplinary hall and subject her to the 9 core punishments. Thank you, Master. Thank you for your kindness. Lord Lanyu hurriedly kowtowed as though she was pardoned. Although she was punished, she could at least preserve her cultivation and have a chance to make a comeback. 2 Dharma characteristic Lord stood out and helped Lord Lanyu up, heading towards the depths of Thousand Crane Sect. Shangguan Zi turned to look at Lung Ro. The coldness in her eyes dissipated a lot as she said, "Your name is Lung Ro, right? Join me from now on." Lung Ro was slightly stunned. Little Fatty beamed and pushed Lung Ro hurriedly, whispering, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and acknowledge your master." The crowd was envious. This was a tremendous opportunity. To be taken in by a conjoint body as a disciple personally meant that not only would Lung Ro's strength increase, her status in Thousand Crane sect in the future would soar as well. Lung Ro knelt down and kowtowed. "Greetings, master." Su Zimo was happy for Lung Ro when he saw that. It was already extremely benevolent of Lung Ro to stand out and plead for Dao, Lord Lanyu. Now that Senior Shangguan was willing to take her in as a disciple, it was naturally her fate and fortune. The tea party continued. Many cultivators entered the fray to fight for the ordinary mystic tea. However, compared to the shocking battle earlier on, the fight between these nascent soul paragons seemed much more ordinary. With a conjoint body mighty figure like Shangguan Zi around, the tea party went smoothly. By the time night fell, it was already over. Some cultivators bid farewell that night. Some cultivators rested for the night in Thousand Crane sect. Everyone knew that today's battle was merely the beginning. The true storm was still coming. Yi Tiancheng perfected Lord Panglan, and many void reversions of the immortal sects died in the hands of Su Zimo. The immortal sects were not going to let this go. Furthermore, Su Zimo slaughtered Yi Tiancheng and declared war upon Di-Yin after his domineering return. How would Di-Yin respond to that? If a few immortal sects were to attack at the same time, would 100 Refinement sect be able to protect Su Zimo? Additionally, at the end of the Thousand Crane Tea Party, a letter caused a conjoint body mighty figure of Thousand Crane sect to appear and almost reverse the entire situation, even causing a sect master to fall from grace. Who did this letter come from? Chapter 971, Body Reconstruction. Chapter 971, Body Reconstruction. The tea party ended and everyone dispersed. Dao, Lord Scarlet Star, said to Su Zimo, "Uncle Master, Grandmaster wants you to hurry back." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. The reason why there was such a huge commotion was because Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, was worried about his safety. Su Zimo said, "Let's head back tonight then." Little Fatty, Lung Ro, and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Su Zimo after not seeing him for 100 years. After the tea party, they had nothing else to do, so they followed Su Zimo to 100 Refinement sect. Apart from them, there were also Shangguan Zi, Elder Gu, and Old Man Gu. Shangguan Zi summoned a white cloud and led everyone towards 100 Refinement sect at full speed. When Dao Bing Yuding led everyone from 100 Refinement sect to Thousand Crane sect, they walked for almost half a day. But now a conjoint body led all the cultivators at full speed and arrived at 100 Refinement sect in less than 10 minutes. This speed was truly frightening. Many of the 100 Refinement sect cultivators returned to the sect in high spirits, wishing for nothing more than to recount the events of the Thousand Crane Tea Party throughout the sect. Su Zimo brought Lung Ro and the others back to his cave abode. Everyone naturally had a lot to say after not seeing each other for 100 years. That was even more likely for Shangguan Zi, Elder Gu, and Old Man Gu, who had not seen each other for 5,000 years. After Shangguan Zi and the others arrived at 100 Refinement sect, they headed straight for the 100 Refinement hall with excited expressions. Su Zimo, Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others spent the entire night talking about everything that had happened to them for the past 100 years. The laughter in the cave abode never stopped. Little Fatty bounced around excitedly the entire night. Everyone seemed to have returned to the past when they were in Ethereal Peak. Morning. Su Zimo and the others did not sleep the entire night. However, they were still full of energy and were in high spirits. Before long, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, came to visit and asked Su Zimo to head to the 100 Refinement Hall to meet Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. Without hesitation, Su Zimo followed Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, to the main hall. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, stood guard outside while Su Zimo entered alone. Deep in the hall, it was stuffy. After passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the innermost area, and everything opened up before him. It was a secret chamber with a huge dome. In the secret chamber, a ball of scorching flames spewed continuously from the ground on the left. On the right, there was a gigantic spirit pool with countless spirit herbs and plants rising and falling: immortal spirit flower, azure sun branch, dragon phoenix lotus, shenyuan grass, 10,000-year blood ginseng. It was filled with vitality and spirit qi that was dense and gave off a rich aura of life. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. These spirit herbs and elixirs were rare even on ordinary days. Only a sect like 100 Refinement sect with an immense foundation and strength could gather so many of them. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire's essence, spirit, stood in midair, not far away. I've heard about what happened at the tea party. As for what happens next, I'll handle it. You don't have to worry. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, consoled Su Zimo. I called you here today because I want you to witness the entire process of forging the bones and body. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, continued. Back then, I merely explained it to you. I'm sure there are many things that you might not understand. Today, I'll demonstrate it once more. You have to remember every single detail. Su Zimo nodded. In truth, his current body could be said to be perfect and earth-shaking. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and fused with the bloodline of the dragon race. His blood qi was terrifying. Even the physique and bloodline of the primordial 9 races could not compare to him. Su Zimo did not know how to exchange a body at all. Given his current physique, he felt that there was no need to either. However, he had a feeling that Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was implying something and focused his attention. This flame is the Earth Core Fire. It's extremely hot and can melt many natural materials. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, explained to Su Zimo as he demonstrated. Let's fuse the 9 fire elemental materials together first. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, placed the weapon tripod on the Earth Core Fire and placed the Scarlet Phoenix Blood or Sunstone, Lava Crystal, 1,000 Demon Bloodstone, Nirvana Stone, and other top-tier materials into the weapon tripod before slowly melting them. Thereafter, he used the liquid inside to forge the bones he needed. It was a long and complicated process. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was extremely patient as he explained while tempering and explaining every single detail. Su Zimo memorized everything. It took a full 3 days before a skeleton was created. Every single section of the skeleton had a natural fire elemental pattern that emitted a scorching heat. The skeleton could be said to be perfect, and every single part of it was carved with exquisite jade bracelets. It was a godly work of art that was truly admirable. With that skeleton, the power of fire-based dermic arts would definitely increase. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, consumed a lot of energy after completing the bone forging process. He continued explaining things to Su Zimo while resting. Next is the process of body tempering. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, pointed to the spirit pool not far away. This spirit pool contains all spirit herbs and elixirs that can provide life essence. By using this skeleton to nourish one's bloodline, one can nurture their organs and other organs in this spirit pool. This process is rather long, even longer than bone forging. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, took a deep breath and pointed to a brand new storage bag beside him. Keep this storage bag. Picking up the storage bag, Su Zimo took a look and his heart skipped a beat. The storage bag contained a large amount of spirit herbs and elixirs that were identical to the ones in the spirit pool. Not only that, there were also some top-grade bone-tempering ores in his storage bag. This. Su Zimo looked at Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. This gift was way too precious. Even if he sold all the treasures of Ethereal Peak, they would not be as valuable as this small storage bag. I specially instructed 100 Refinement Sect to collect 2 sets of spirit herbs and elixirs when they were gathering the materials. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said meaningfully, "Take it. You might need it in the future." Su Zimo nodded and put away the storage bag. "All right, body tempering comes after bone forging." Tao Lord Extreme Fire's essence, spirit flickered, and arrived at the glabella of the skeleton's head. He controlled the skeleton to enter the spirit pool and sit down cross-D. Swoosh! An endless stream of life essence surged into the scarlet skeleton. At the same time, Tao Lord Extreme Fire controlled his dermic powers with his essence spirit and vibrated his bones continuously. Splash! The sound of bone marrow flowing could be heard from his bones. Marrow cleansing. Su Zimo was extremely familiar with that scene. There was the marrow cleansing section in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Using the sound of tigers and leopards, one can purify the marrow and create a new bloodline to achieve the goal of blood purification. Gradually, pink flesh that was as thin as a cicada's wings appeared on the scarlet skeleton. As time passed by, the flesh on his bones gradually filled up. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's outline gradually became clearer. The secret chamber was silent. At that moment, the cultivation world of the Middle Continent was in an uproar as news after news spread one after another, creating huge waves. Chapter 972, Rising Storm. Chapter 972, Rising Storm. The top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago, Su Zimo has returned. During the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, Su Zimo killed Yi Tiancheng and perfected Lord Panglan and defeated many nascent soul paragons. Even void reversions were defeated by him, and he was conferred as the #1 perfected lord. After not seeing him for 100 years, this monster incarnate is even more terrifying than before. He even declared war on Di'in at the tea party. Of the 2 paragons of Chaos Essence Sect, only one remains. The news spread rapidly in the cultivation world of the Middle Continent and caused a huge stir. At that moment, cultivators and factions from all over the Middle Continent were discussing this matter. This man has been dormant for 100 years, and yet he has not changed his character after his return. He offended so many factions the moment he appeared. I don't think he's going to live much longer. Not necessarily. I heard that 100 Refinement Sect has clearly expressed their intention to protect this person. Fu, 100 Refinement Sect is declining day by day and can no longer protect itself. Who else can it protect? That's right. If a few super sects were to exert pressure at the same time, 100 Refinement Sect would have to submit as well. Otherwise, 100 Refinement Sect might be annihilated. Not necessarily. I've heard some news. I heard that a Dharma characteristic expert who has been missing for thousands of years has returned and is reconstructing his body. What's the use of Dharma characteristic experts for something as important as the survival of a sect? Someone scoffed in disdain. This Dharma characteristic expert is extraordinary. I heard he's Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire from 5,000 years ago. Who is Tao, Lord Extreme Fire? I've never heard of him. It's him, the #1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. He's still alive. News of what happened at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party spread, and it was not difficult to deduce the truth with some of the details. After all, there were very few people who could invite 2 elders of ancient Array Sect and Elixir Yang Sect who had been reclusive for thousands of years and a conjoint body mighty figure of 1,000 Crane Sect with just a single letter. At the same time in Sword Sect, Immortal Sword Tao residence. After Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, and Fairy Snowdrift's clones were destroyed in Thousand Demon Valley. They stayed here for more than 3 months to exchange their Tao technique knowledge with Tao, Lord Immortal Sword. In the past few days, the two of them had intended to leave. However, news arrived one after another at Sword Sect, and their schedule was temporarily set aside. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said slowly with a cold expression, "If Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, isn't dead, he should be the one who fought me in Thousand Demon Valley." "No wonder," Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, said. "Back when your essence spirits were fighting, that person released the soaring serpent flame, deity essence, spirit, secret skill." "It's not right." Fairy Snowdrift shook her head. "I heard that Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, is reconstructing his body. There's no way he could be the person we met back then who possessed an intact flesh body. This doesn't make sense. If there was someone else present, that would explain everything." Tao, Lord Immortal Sword's gaze flickered as he remarked faintly, "What do you mean by that?" Fairy Snowdrift and Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, looked over. "Su Zimo." A name popped out from the gaps between Tao, Lord Immortal Sword's teeth. Fairy Snowdrift and Tao, Lord Cloud Rain frowned. The #1 perfected lord with the greatest reputation recently. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain frowned. The timing of his return and Extreme Fire's return is indeed a coincidence. However, what has he got to do with this? Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "Previously, the news from our Sword Sect disciples stated that the monster incarnate, Su Zimo, has returned and mastered an extremely terrifying sword art. Even our top paragons of Sword Sect, such as Jian Wuzong and Hang Chuyu, were nearly killed by that sword art." When Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, saw that the two of them were still confused, he pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Since things have come to this, there are some things I won't hide anymore. Back then, I asked the both of you to help me fight for the treasure in Thousand Demon Valley. That was actually a sword art. It was one of the 3 ancient sword arts." "Ah!" Fairy Snowdrift and Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, exclaimed in shock. The 3 ancient sword arts were way too famous. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said hatefully, "As I expected, this sword art should have fallen into Su Zimo's hands." "I've got it." Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, was enlightened. "You're saying that the one who fought us in Thousand Demon Valley was actually Su Zimo's body and Tao, Lord Extreme Fire's essence spirit?" "That's right." Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, nodded. "My demon sealing diagram was not suppressed by that person's dermic powers. Instead, it was suppressed by the aura of Su Zimo's divine phoenix bone, and that was why it was taken away so easily. This junior sure has guts." Tao, Lord Immortal Sword's expression was cold, and he did not conceal the killing intent in his eyes. His clone was destroyed, and he returned empty-handed. He even gave up many treasures just to invite Fairy Snowdrift and Tao, Lord Cloud Rain. All the grievances that he had accumulated over the past few days were directed towards Su Zimo. "Why, are you prepared to settle scores with that lad?" Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, raised his brow and asked with a fake smile. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, harumphed coldly. "I've said it before. If I find out who this person is, I'll kill him no matter what. Then you have to hurry and get moving." Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, smiled gently. "After the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, that lad has truly caused a huge calamity. Yi Tiancheng, perfected Lord Panglon, and many void reversions are dead. Those immortal sects must have made a move. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, 100 Refinement Sect." Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, sneered. "I'm going to pay a personal visit and see how 100 Refinement Sect reacts. I don't believe that they can withstand the pressure of so many super sects. Brother Cloud Rain, why don't you accompany me?" Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, turned and asked with a sincere expression. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, knew that Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was only inviting him because the latter wanted to borrow his influence. However, he did not decline. He was not interested in Su Zimo. However, now that 5,000 years have passed, he wanted to see how Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, who was the #1 on the Dharma characteristic ranking and suppressed him back then, was doing. Snowdrift, why don't you come with us if you're free? Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, invited Fairy Snowdrift as well. Sure. Fairy Snowdrift nodded and said indifferently, however, I'm not heading over because I want to help you. I'm just curious about Su Zimo and Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. There's no time to lose, let's move. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, leaped up and headed out of the cave abode. The moment he arrived outside the cave abode, a sword beam sped over from afar and descended before Tao, Lord Immortal Sword. It was a woman with a fluttering white dress and a long sword on her back. She was extremely beautiful and had a heroic aura between her brows. It was the Dharma characteristic expert of Sword Sect, Qin Pianran. Senior brother, Tao being Han Jian of the sect, died at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Master told me to head to 100 Refinement Sect to get the culprit. Qin Pianran looked at Fairy Snowdrift with hostility as she spoke. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said indifferently, we're about to go together. You should come as well. Without saying anything, the four of them summoned their dharmic weapons and sped into the distance. Before long, they disappeared above Sword Sect. At the same time, Dharma characteristic Tao, lords from Heavenly Dipper Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, and Zephyr Thunder Palace appeared with murderous auras and rushed towards 100 Refinement Sect. The other sects and factions were also acting strangely. A storm was rising in the Middle Continent. Chapter 973, Arrival of Tao Lords. Chapter 973, Arrival of Tao Lords. 100 Refinement Sect. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was at the end of his forging process and was no longer in danger. The only thing he had to do was wait. Su Zimo left silently. Outside the hall, not only were Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, and the other 100 Refinement Sect cultivators guarding. Elder Gu had even set up an array formation personally to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Su Zimo looked over and could not see anything. However, he could vaguely sense that there were other powerful beings in the corners of the hall. In fact, there might even be conjoint body mighty figures guarding in secret. Everyone was waiting for Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, to be reborn. Actually, Su Zimo had already killed a few people at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party and was prepared to leave. He did not want to implicate 100 Refinement Sect. It was the same reason why he did not return to Ethereal Peak in the past. He did not want to implicate them. However, Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, retained him still. Sect Master, Tao, Lord Red Tiger of Tyrant Emperor Mountain, is here to visit. Before long, 100 Refinement Sect cultivator sent a message. Let him rest in the front hall. Tao, Lord White Flames, was long prepared and passed down the order. Tyrant Emperor Mountain was one of the 108 upper sects, and its status in the cultivation world was beneath the 4 unorthodox groups. As the sect master of 100 Refinement Sect, he naturally wouldn't receive them personally. Fufu, looks like even some of the upper sects can't sit still and want to take advantage of the situation. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, sneered. A moment later, another 100 Refinement Sect cultivator sped over and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, Tao, Lord Heaven Sea of 5 Elements Sect, is here to pay a visit. Yes, arrange all of them to be in the front hall. Tao, Lord White Flames, nodded. Not long after, another 100 Refinement Sect cultivator came to send a message. Sect Master, Tao, Lord Fire Cloud of Zephyr Thunder Palace, is here. Tao, Lord White Flames, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They were finally here. The Dharma characteristics of the 9 immortal sects have arrived with hostile intentions. Sect Master, Heavenly Dipper Sects, Tao, Lord Breaking Skies is here. Sect Master, Tao Lord Cloud Son of Chaos Essence Sect has arrived. Formless Monasteries Monk Kong One is here. Monk Liao Ming of Wisdom Monastery is here. As the master of a sect, Tao Lord White Flames was able to maintain his composure even after hearing the arrival of super sections. Sect Master, Tao Lord Immortal Sword, Fairy Snowdrift, and Tao Lord Cloud Rain have arrived together. Another piece of news arrived. Finally, Tao Lord White Flames' expression changed. Although the Dharma characteristics at the front were famous, as well, they could not be compared to these 3. Tao Lord Cloud Rain was second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. Fairy Snowdrift was number 1 on the Dharma characteristic ranking 2,000 years ago. Tao Lord Immortal Sword, number 1 of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. Furthermore, the 3 of them were titular disciples of Cloud Rain Sect, Snowdrift Valley, and Sword Sect. It's easy to explain why Tao Lord Immortal Sword is here, but why are Fairy Snowdrift and Tao Lord Cloud Rain here? Tao Lord Scarlet Star frowned. Tao Lord White Flames turned to everyone and cupped his fists. I've got to deal with it. Everyone wait here. Don't show yourself first. Wait for the news of Granduncle Master Extreme, Fire's return to be released. Before Tao Lord White Flames left, he reminded Su Zimo, I'll go with you. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said as he sped to the front with Tao Lord White Flames. In the front hall. The hall was extremely spacious and was purely made of metal. It was filled with a metallic texture and looked indestructible. Many cultivators were already seated in the hall. Every single one of them had a powerful aura and a reckless might. The disciples of 100 Refinement Sect that served tea were all jittery, worried that they might offend these important figures. Nan Gongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian were in the hall. The Dharma characteristic Tao lords that arrived were already seated. The ones seated at the highest seats were Tao Lord Immortal Sword, Fairy Snowdrift, and Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Although Cloud Rain Sect was a fiend sect, none of the Dharma characteristic Tao lords present dared to provoke Tao Lord Cloud Rain. In the cultivation world, strength reigned supreme. Since there were many Dharma characteristic Tao lords gathered here, there were naturally exchanges of greetings. Of course, everyone knew why they were here. After exchanging pleasantries, they fell silent. All of them had dark expressions of anger. The atmosphere in the hall was a little tense. Piak! Suddenly, the heavy palm of Tao Lord Red Tiger of Tyrant Emperor Mountain slammed onto the metal table with a loud bang. Ru Xian, who had just served the tea, was shocked. She could not hold the teacup properly, and it fell to the ground with a loud crack, shattering into pieces. What is your 100 Refinement Sect doing? Tao Lord Red Tiger had a muscular build and had tempered his body for many years. He looked extremely tall and muscular with eyes that resembled copper bells. He glared at Ru Xian beside him and hollered with a ferocious aura. So many Dharma characteristic Tao lords have come to visit, and 100 Refinement Sect sent you brats to deal with us? Is this how 100 Refinement Sect treats its guests? Tao Lord Red Tiger's voice was like a bell, ringing in Ru Xian's ears and making her dizzy. Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan endured their emotions and hurried forward to pull Ru Xian back. Aren't you ashamed of bullying the juniors? A cold sneer sounded from outside as Tao Lord Scarlet Star walked in. When he saw his disciple being bullied by a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, he was naturally enraged and his tone was blunt. Hee, if that's not the case, who knows how long you guys from 100 Refinement Sect will have to hide for? Tao, Lord, Red Tiger chuckled. Tao, Lord, Heaven Sea of 5 Elements, Sect added in a strange tone. That's right. If 100 Refinement Sect were to cower and hide, there's nothing we can do. Heaven Sea, Red Tiger, you're on 100 Refinement Sect's grounds. Mind your words. Tao, Lord White Flames, said coldly. How impressive. A cold glint flickered in Tao, Lord Firecloud's eyes as he said slowly, no wonder 100 Refinement Sect dared to take in a fiend demon despite the universal condemnation. Fellow Taoist Firecloud, what are you talking about? Tao Lord White Flames asked indifferently. Stop pretending. Heavenly Dipper Sects, Tao, Lord Breaking Skies rose slowly and said, White Flames, hand over Su Zimo and 100 Refinement Sect might be able to retain your status as one of the 4 unorthodox groups. Otherwise, 100 Refinement Sect is about to be destroyed. Amit Ba. Formless Monastery's Kongwen pressed his palms together and lowered his gaze, saying softly, Patron White Flames, we Buddhists have always been unwilling to fight with others. However, that Su Zimo is definitely not a good person. He massacred the paragons of the human race wantonly and even took the supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect, the creation Green Lotus, for himself. He deserves to die. Tao, Lord White Flame sneered. Monk Kongwen, aren't you being unreasonable? Su Zimo has obtained the recognition of Human Emperor and Fairy Linglong in Myriad Phenomenon City. To be able to resolve the catastrophe of the paragons single-handedly, he's definitely a human. Furthermore, the creation Green Lotus is a treasure given to him by Enigma Palace. What has it got to do with the Buddhist sects? White Flames. Suddenly, Tao Lord Immortal Sword spoke. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Nobody dared to underestimate this number 1 Tao, Lord of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Hand him over. 100 Refinement Sect can't protect him. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said slowly, in other words, I'm going to barge into 100 Refinement Sect right now to take him away. Who would dare to stop me? Who can stop me? His words were extremely domineering, but nobody dared to question him. Given Tao, Lord Immortal Sword's combat strength, he could probably fight against conjoint body mighty figures. If Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, and Fairy Snowdrift were to join forces with him, their combat strength would be terrifying. Even if 100 Refinement Sect could withstand it, they would suffer immense losses. Furthermore, Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was a titular disciple of Sword Sect and the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. 100 Refinement Sect would not dare to kill him. If you dare to barge into 100 Refinement Sect, I'll kill you. Right then, a cold and powerful voice sounded from outside.